Ah. Hello. Hello. Hi everyone. Hold on. Let's wait 1 more minute before we go into the chatting screen. We're waiting for Twitch ads to stop. Hello Twitch, welcome back from the ads. Alright. Hello everyone. Oh, okay. My chat overlays are working. Good day Mori, good day A4. Hello Daisy, hello P. Today we're playing the Baxter DLC. Yippee! Hello everyone. Dances in real life. Hopefully, my internet doesn't die. Crossing my heart. Crossing my fingers. It'll go alright. Yeah. Goodbye, Derek. Hello, Baxter. No, not like this. Thank you for the head pats, A4. Alright, I think we can go into the game now. Maybe. Okay. Game sounds on. Whoop. Alright. So for now, what I have planned is I'll show you guys which ones. I decided not to use the Victor Orange Slice save file because I want to prioritize the Derek run for that file. So I have like a separate file from of my own playthrough that we can use to play through the DLC for Baxter. But right now, I'd like to show you guys what it's like. Hold on, is it this one? What it's like to meet Baxter during the summer soiree without. Oh, this is step 1. Without Derek as our guest. Oh man, I don't have a save file of the. Let's see. Can I? Okay, there, here. Can I go farther back? This is the summer soiree without Derek. Or Cove. Here we go. Hold on. Oh no! The log! Can we read through the log instead? Okay. Here. This game has a pretty art style. I know, right? I can't go farther back. No! Alright, so We went to the summer soiree by ourselves. We didn't invite Derek or Cole. And so, let's just go through the logs. We went to the dance floor, and someone invited us to dance. Are you planning on dancing? Yeah, if I can find a partner. Smiling, the stranger nodded at your response. We should dance then. It's perfect timing. A new song is just about to start. I wish I could draw people. You'll get there, Pre. With enough practice, you'll get there. I used to have trouble drawing boys, but now I can draw boys and girls all just as good. You're surprised at how easily he asked you. He simply continued to look over your face, even lifting his hand up for you to take. You accepted his hand, though you were nervous. Tonight you were trying to be bold. You took his hand in yours. The only acknowledgement he gave was a casual wisp of a smile. You suspected this was as routine for him as a handshake. Together you walked out onto the dance floor. The boy's stance shifted onto proper form for formal dancing, confirming your earlier suspicions. He'd clearly had lessons in this area, which explains his casual attitude about securing a dance. A lot of the country club parents put their kids in classes like that, whether as part of a last-minute panic before a big event, or a weekly extracurricular as soon as the kid could walk. You took a class or two but never developed any skill. We're bad at dancing, yo. I chose this option out of the many. From the way he confidently guided you into position, you would guess that he'd been the one who was enrolled in dance classes for some time. Yet you had to come to the country club quite a few times over the years, and you struggled to recall seeing him before. The first notes of the new song caught you off guard. You began to dance, your unknown partner taking the lead. You were aware that almost all the other dancing couples were men paired with women. But that's not the case for you. But you were at ease. This was a welcoming environment, and your two moms wouldn't be members otherwise. You two danced to the music. While it was evident that the boy had plenty of experience, he seemed to adapt to what you were doing and didn't expect you to stick to any particular routine. Being able to fit his partner so well made his talent more striking rather than less. You wondered what his motives for picking you were. What were his motives? Had the decision been entirely random? Whoa! Shopee jump scare. I didn't put this on silent, ayo. Not the Shopee jump scare. Okay. Disturbing the stream, look into my eyes. Now tell me that what you've been blabbing about behind my back. BP. I have not been blabbing about anything. Hello, Neil. Welcome in. Hello, BP. Shopee. I forgot to put my phone into silent. But yeah, welcome in. We are just looking through the summer soiree without invite. This is the route where we didn't invite anyone, not Derek or Cole. We just went by ourselves. And we got invited to dance by this boy. Oh, Timu. No! Good afternoon, yes. Though you were curious, short of asking him outright there was no way you could tell. The style of dance dictated by the music meant you were spending a solid few minutes in very close proximity to someone you've never met before. It was peculiar to think you didn't even know his name, but you were near enough to notice a small birthmark on his neck. could just ask for his name, but he'd shown no inclination to talk once he'd begun dancing. While you were considering this, the song came to an end. Oh. Your hands released, and he politely took a step back. Thank you for dancing with me. You have nice legs. Why? Why does he say that? Why does he say that this... how old is this guy? At this time? 14? 14-year-old. Why does he... Oh, nice choice of compliment, I guess. He breezed away before you could formulate a response to the unprompted compliment. It wasn't a feature you were accustomed to people commenting on, good or bad. What kind of compliment is you have nice legs? Apparently, a Baxter compliment. He disappeared into the crowded dance floor just like that. Shopee is kinda used in my country state. Ayo, fellow Shopee user. It was a mystery if you'd seen him around the country club again, or if this was the first and last time he would saunter into your life. Oh boy, have I got news for you. Okay. So that's the end of that part. Yeah. So that's as much as I wanted to show you for the summer soiree. Now I've prepared in advance the in-between for step 3. This is where we start step 3 and actually get into the Baxter DLC. Because we met Baxter during this summer soiree, we will have extra dialogue, special extra dialogue for when we meet him in step 3. So this is where we last left off during the last stream of the Derek DLC. Don't worry about the Derek DLC, by the way. We're still not done with that. There's still the epilogue that we have to deal with. That'll be the finale. I don't know how long the finale will be, though. Racer what? Okay. This is step 3, the in-between. This is going to be like what has happened during the 5 years between step 1 the 5 years between step 2 and step 3. The start of classes ended the relaxed, free days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much, to his great dismay. With school itself and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Especially because he was always at some training camp or in a new regiment with a strict schedule. The two of you were usually stuck with merely telling each other about what was happening in your lives instead of sharing your days in the same place. And we still kept in touch over the phone as best we could. The Jeremy kid did disappear after that summer, and no one ever heard from him again. Where he went or what he might be up to is a mystery. More summers came and went like the waves on the shore, coming in and out. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bird, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend of Cove, made due to them being both ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tight with another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. My favorite book series author just confirmed the season 4. Ayo! After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. As for your home life, the Mochis also had developments. Changing laws and public perception countrywide made it possible for your moms to openly wear their wedding rings without question. Yippee! Yippee! Though they had a wedding years ago, it was only recently that the union was officially recognized everywhere in the US. It was a good day, to say the least. Elizabeth came into her own and stopped being quite as irritable. She'd no longer worried about perceived childishness as she grew up for real. She didn't mind being called Lizzie again, though most people used Liz. She eventually graduated high school and moved out to attend college in another state. It was a lot for you to adjust to your older sister being gone. Liz never let you forget her role in your life though, and kept in touch. Hope's relationships with his family improved over the years. Kyra visited several times after that summer, and things became easier between the two. He was also closer with his dad than ever before. You knew they'd talk more, and that helped prevent a lot of friction before it could start. And Cove only continued to open up, to his parents and to the rest of the world. He was so bright, he shone. He would willingly join conversations, make jokes, and put in an effort not to use overly blunt phrasing. Cove's interest had shifted from when he was younger. He still enjoyed athletic activities on occasion, but he gave time to be more studious as well. The friendship between you and Cove that you had cultivated for years remained consistent. The two of you were close confidants. It was strange to look back on it all. The future faded into your present, and then it was simply the past. Even the most fundamental parts of your life couldn't last forever. You felt that the most pointedly the day you inevitably graduated high school. It was over, and you could not be going back ever again. No more high school! Yippee! We're out of high school! Yippee! If you were forced to engage in combat with a creature made entirely of water and you could choose any one item as a weapon, which one would you choose? The Dyson vacuum cleaner. Correct answer. Yeah, like a water pump or something. Put him in a tank. It was over, and you would not be going back ever again. From now on, what came next was your choice. You would be directing your own life. That was where you were currently, the summer after school had ended. The first summer of true freedom. What used to be a reprieve from the typical was now going to be your first step into adulthood. And here we are. One fine summer morning, you took in what had become a very special scene. The whole family having a meal together. Your big sister Liz still hadn't lived at home full time for a couple years, but she arrived last week to spend the season here since it was an off semester for her. She wanted to make sure she was in town because you had also graduated high school, so who knew how much rarer these moments would become in the future. You watched as Liz laughed good-naturedly over a comment Mom made. Her Elizabeth-only mindset had only been a phase. Nearly any nickname was welcomed at this point of her life. She matured, finally. Hey yo, yeah, this is Elizabeth. Our big sister. Yippee! Look at her. I told you guys to wait until step 3. Strangely, even though she moved away, you lately felt closer to her than you had in a long time. You idly scooped more of your breakfast and chewed absent-mindedly. Wow, we can pick our diet now. Picky eater, proletarian, pescatarian, vegan, vegetarian. We generally ate whatever. And the meal you had reflected that. It included just about everything your moms had made, though you often made your own food nowadays. With Liz around though, your parents made even more options than usual. Your sister had been vegetarian for a while, and they wanted to make sure she had choices too. And this... Look at our moms! Elizabeth, you've grown so much. So many things can happen in 5 years, huh? I am humanitarian. Hello. Welcome in. I don't remember who Glisten's bow is. Who are you? We don't eat humans here, okay? I'm Mahito, okay. Alright, I remember now. Hello, Mahito. You keep changing your name, so I keep forgetting. And there's no clue whenever you do change your name. But yeah, welcome in. This is Elizabeth and our moms. Look at them, they've started getting gray hairs. No. AFK, y'all, my brother's having a tantrum. Good luck, P. Stara, hello as well. I was gonna ask who Elizabeth was. Oh, Elizabeth is our older sister in this game. Our baddie sister. Yeah. Hold on, let me hydrate. Conversation had gone on idly, without you fully taking in the words, until your ears peaked when Moss started on a bit of town gossip. And so that's how I heard the news. Alright, now stop burying the lead and tell us, what's this so-called news? Ma giggled as she cast a look across the table, satisfied that she had everyone's attention. Well, it turns out the Donnells won't be renting out the condo up the street, as per Sunset Bird tradition, for the first time in what must be nearly 2 decades. Oh, it's the mean grandparents. A chorus of gasps and shocked expressions were had all around. After the initial shock, your eyebrows pinched. Mom may consider them by name, but you and Liz always viewed them exclusively as the mean old couple who would yell at anyone under 25 who crossed their paths. Your mom continued on with the story, spreading strawberry jam over a piece of toast as she did so. They've decided not to take big trips anymore. Friends and family will be visiting them at their home. That's nice for them then. Have a good summer, mean grandparents with no grandkids. Away from us. Yippee! The mean grandparents aren't renting the condo anymore. We don't have to worry about an old man yelling at us as we leave the house. That's a relief. It's kind of sad they can't travel anymore. I hope they're still okay, even if they are mean. That's a relief. Be nice, kids. You don't want to end up like them, do you? You and your sister cracked smiles at the joke.
Well,
at least they won't be here to yell at my children anymore.
Lonnie.
That blunt comment got laughter from all three of you. Engrossed in the conversation once more, you continued to chat with your family until the meal was over. Step 3, third time's charm. Back plus ice cream cake. Hey yo, ice cream cake. Let's go. Welcome back, P. As it went, once the food was eaten, the cleanup had to be done. Liz took the role of washing the dishes and passed them to you for drying and putting it away. You had a set of cups in front of you that needed to go on the top shelf of the cabinet. Uh, yes, we have to determine our height now. How old are we now? The step 2 was 13. And then 5 years passed. That's going to be 18 years old. Did we gain height? Chat, you decide. Did we gain height? I'm letting chat decide for this one. Are we tall? Gain height, bro. I hope so. Gain height? Yes? Okay. Let's just say not too tall, but like the task was pretty straightforward for you. You were tall. We gained height. We were average height back in back when we were 13. Yes. You'd really shot up in height the last few years. No one had seen it coming. You hoped you'd still grow more. You wish you had stopped growing earlier. You didn't think about it much. You didn't even know what to think about. We didn't think about it much. It was a struggle for you because you remember how you used to feel so content about it when you were younger. Liz shook you out of your internal musing by starting up an impromptu conversation. She seemed to be voicing the thoughts that had been buzzing around in her own head. I have to say, going back for another semester this fall is pretty intimidating. You'd think after the first year or two I'd have a handle on things, but no. You stole a glance at her, still placing cups in the proper place. I guess it's only fair. My first round was pretty general classes, and year 1 of my architecture major was the basics. Now it feels serious. I have to actually know some things. The laugh she gave was flippantly airy, but the way she scrubbed at the plates held more force than necessary. It's really cool. You want to be an architect? Oh, she's taking architecture. Hey, yo. My brother's screaming. It's not my problem anymore. Stay safe. Yeah, stay safe, P. I'm fine. It's cool you want to be an architect. Don't be too impressed yet. Wait to see if it actually happens, but thanks. Her older sister's mouth quirked into a small smile. It'll be fine one way or another. Oh, but I'm not trying to scare you away from college, if that's even your plan. What's going on with that anyway? Oh, they're asking about our plans for college now. Chat. You have a general idea? You have absolutely no idea. You have absolutely no idea. We live in the void. You answered the question as much as you were able and willing to. Liz's smile grew more reassuring as you did. You made it through 12 years of full-time education already. You've got plenty going for you. Sometimes it still felt hard to believe your public schooling experience was over. In the end, we had good grades. You're smart. You were satisfied leaving it up there. It had been a familiar and fulfilling part of your life, but you were ready to move on. Liz picked up on the silence her question ended up creating. She decided it was time to make a closing statement on the topic.
You're a good kid.
You're a good kid, Mori. Do what's best for you, and we'll be here to back it up. Thanks, Liz. Yes. Our family will always be there to support. At that, Liz happily passed the final dish your way. She waved a soapy-soaked hand as a farewell and moved on to her next task for the cleanup job. You refocused on getting the last pieces put back where they belong. You eventually moved on to a new chore, but that was interrupted by the sound of your cell phone. Do we have a ringtone? Our ringtone is Shopee. Default ringtone. We're way past custom ringtones at this point. You casually picked it up from the table where you had placed it earlier. The phone was a couple years old at this point, having been a 16th birthday gift from your parents. They decided which model to get, but you got to pick the color. It was... oh... rose gold. I think the pink that most games put out is like hot pink. not like Mori pink. It's always hot pink. It's like the most atrocious pink ever to have lived. Why can't it be pastel? I would choose purple for real. Of course you would be. Hello, Riot! Welcome in. You're not in VC today because it's not the Derek DLC. I saw Baxter on thumbnail. Yeah! We doing Baxter DLC. You just missed Liz. We'll be back. We'll be heading back to Liz later. Let's pick rose gold. That's pretty, I think. And we had a phone charm. Whoa. The crab keychain Cove bought you when you were a kid. You were pleased you finally had a prominent place to use the gift. The screen lit up as you gave the little device a swipe with one finger. You were informed by caller ID that it was Lee. You weren't surprised. Despite having busier and busier lives and not living in the same town, you still had a good relationship with your cousin of the same age. Especially once the miracle of both of you having your own phones actually happened. She got hers first though. Tapping on the accept button, you answered her call. A familiar, bubbly voice came through right after. It's Lee! Hi. Hey Mori. Hiya. I trust I'm not interrupting anything major? Only some cleaning around the house. Oh, then you're welcome for my call. A distraction from that must have been desperately needed. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. Hey, I love doing chores, you joke. I like cleaning, you protested earnestly. It's good to hear from you. Even though she couldn't see it, you shook your head at that. Yes, thank you, my dear cousin. I've been saved. It's my pleasure. She giggled, and you could hear the jangling of the jewelry she must have been wearing. Nothing amazing is happening for me either. I'm bored and felt like chatting. My morning shift ended, so I'm free for the rest of the day. Woo! That's good. Do we have a part-time job, chat? You hadn't started working anywhere yet, so you couldn't relate. You were off from your part-time job today. Do we have a part-time job, chat? Right as we graduated high school, do we have a part-time? Are we a part-timer? I don't know. Are we unemployed? Sure, we'll be more free that way if we're unemployed. more time to actually do stuff during the summer. You hadn't started working anywhere yet, so you couldn't relate. Unlike you, Lee had started dipping her toes into the workforce as of late. It made keeping in touch frequently even more complicated, but you both managed. What about you? It's been pretty normal.
Cool.
That's you then. So, how's Mr. Cove Holden doing? That was a friendly sense of genuine curiosity in her tone. She had always thought well of him. But the name was incredibly familiar to your ears. Cove, your next-door neighbor for the past decade at this point. He was essentially family. Yeah. Besties for life. You couldn't imagine him not being part of your life. Have you been hanging on without the boy being 10 feet away at all times? Or is everything right with the world and he's back? No, Lee, he isn't here. Just like he wasn't here yesterday, or the last time you asked, or the time before that.
Sorry.
My bad. Can you blame me? Doesn't it seem like he should have made his grand return already? Plus, I want to visit soon, and he needs to be there too. You could understand where she was coming from. This was certainly outside the norm. For the past couple months and the last few weeks especially, Cove had been going to his mom's place in Nevada. The two of you still regularly stayed in contact over texts and calls, but still, her mind began to drift back in time to all the prior trips he'd taken to visit her. Almost every year he'd have to go away for a while, and then he'd be back. It was kind of nice to have breaks away from each other. Ah yes, You never minded it? It made you sad? You weren't a fan but made you? It upset you? Your younger self worried about him leaving for good? No, that's an attachment issue. No. It's kinda nice. You sent him letters the entire time he was away. Right, we only got a phone like 2 years ago during this time. So like the first 3 years we didn't have communications via phone. So we sent him letters, care packages, special treasures to take with him before he left. Kept an eye on his house for him while he wasn't there. Man, guard dog. True to the dog name being a guard dog. They were incapable of doing anything until he was back. Let's send him letters. I have nothing to say, to be honest. Don't worry, I am going to make the decisions. Hope made sure to mail some back to you too. That's how it was in the past, but lately he'd been trying to see her as much as possible before taking long trips to another state became impractical to do. His part-time work could become full-time soon, or he could be moving somewhere else for school. Cove hadn't actually been entirely clear with his plans after graduation. Cove was hesitant to speak on that, even with you. It couldn't be avoided forever though, you both knew that.
Well?
Maybe we should switch this up to a non-Cove related topic. Sounds like a plan. The rest of the conversation rolled on. Not much longer though. Lee had to go, and you needed to finish your responsibilities around the house. The both of you exchanged goodbyes, then you went back to what you'd been working on before the call came in. Hey yo, here it is! Here's Liz! She's got a little sun hat going on. Hey yo! Cute. As you wrapped up the last of your chores, you were approached by Liz wearing a cheeky smile. I've got Mom's keys. Want to get out of this tiny town to do some shopping in a real city? No. Of course you'd react that way. That sounds great.
Good.
Good, I'm driving. It was obvious you didn't know how to drive. You were glad you just still had a learner's permit. Even though you could drive too, it was her plan. She could do it if she wanted. It was nice of her to do that. You had a license but tried avoiding driving when possible. Are we a driver? Let's be a driver. We can drive. Go get your wallet and anything else. We're going now. With a nod, you made a quick detour to collect your stuff from your bedroom. You had money saved up from gifts you'd received. After making sure you were both fully prepared for the long haul to the largest city in the surrounding area, you buckled into the car. P screams. It was a smooth ride there, with light conversation about what shops to shop at and the radio blasting. Liz controlled what was played, but she made sure to pick songs she knew you liked. It was something the two of you had always done for each other. The trip there breezed by, and in what felt like no time, you had gone from cruising down the road to cruising through the mall. Liz had her interests to check out, and you yours. Your hobbies and skills were still the ones you developed when you were younger. When turning a corner down a new length of the mall, your eyes caught a little gift store. Your friends and family had recently given you many presents for graduating high school. You realized you wanted to get a graduation gift yourself to give to Cove. You had a gift of your own ready to give to Cove when the chance came. You really appreciated what you had gotten. You had a gift of your own ready to give to Cove. Mori, do you have a Discord server? You gotta find it. I'm not gonna point it to you. Hi Mooney, welcome in. Hello Cleo. Back again with the BL. How did you know? How did you know? Graduation may have already come and gone, but Cove wasn't really around, so you had to wait. Eventually, the mall was explored in full, with every shop of note being checked over. Rather than going home, you decided to walk over to some smaller stores nearby. Liz had many thoughts on that topic.
So?
Honestly, the malls are not a bastion of society. Even if smaller stores require extra distance, the brands are so much more. Then your sister abruptly stopped speaking, and walking, right in the middle of the path. It was a good thing no one was behind her. She seemed to entirely shut off for a moment. We know your modus operandi with visual novels. What do you mean? I don't know what you mean, Cleo. What are you talking about? I don't have an MO. Liz? The attempt to catch her attention was unsuccessful. Something else had all her focus. Before you could puzzle out what might be happening, she began to mumble out of the corner of her mouth. Mori, don't draw attention, but look. What? With a harsh whisper and a subtle jerk of her head, she urged you once more.
Hey!
Look! You followed her gaze as best you could to a large bunch of colorful teenagers strolling down the same path. Okay. You faced back over to your sister with a confused expression and an unspoken question. What were you supposed to be seeing there? Mori, doesn't one of them seem familiar? She was practically bouncing at this point, so you looked at the group over again, and this time you saw what she was seeing. Amongst the collection of strangers was brown hair, gray eyes, and lots of freckles. That's Shiloh! Our Shiloh! From when we were kids! Yep, that was definitely him. I can't believe it, he's honestly just there! That's hilarious, that's incredible! Oh, but how do we talk to him? We'd have to pull him away from all those other people. And what if I'm wrong? I've got it. I'll shout the name Shiloh, and then we can act like it wasn't us. If he responds to that, we'll know without a doubt it's him. Mori, keep an eye out to see if he looks. We're not doing that. It's a terrible plan. Likely without even hearing what you had to say, Liz put her plan into action. No! You didn't listen! It's a terrible plan! Shiloh! She loudly projected the word across the way, and then put an act of casualness, turning her head away from the scene while brushing the skirt of her dress. In a supremely awkward moment, you could only stand there as attention in the area shifted to the two of you thanks to your sister's shout. Illusion of choice. Every choice leads to a yes, even if you pick no. But of the many startled bystanders who became altered to your presence, one of them was the boy. From a distance, his large eyes met yours. He looked. A wide grin took over Liz's face. She pushed the rim of her sun hat up and away from her face while squishing back around to greet her old friend directly. Shiloh! Waving, she stepped a bit closer to express her intention to meet. Without really closing the gap, she wanted him to come to her. Who you presume to be Shiloh looked surprised at the call-out. He stole a quick glance at the crowd he was with and hesitantly glanced back your way. He was trying to double-check something. Liz remained steadfast with her gaze trained on, and ultimately, he broke away from the rest of them. Oh no, it's not Shiloh. I think it is Shiloh. The Shiloh from our childhood. The little kid that would play with us sometimes. After a light-footed jog across the brick path, the young man pleasantly presented himself in front of Liz and you.
Hi.
Might be Shiloh. Hi, I like your hat. Just that simple greeting had Liz giggling.
Hey.
Hello, I'm not sure you remember this, but I'm Lizzie, and that's Mori. We were all friends when we were little kids. His already wide eyes grew even larger, their gaze darting between you and Liz. His previously chipper demeanor faded into something delicate. I'm really sorry, but I think you have the wrong person. You could tell not being instantly recognized was going to make this exchange more of a challenge. Still, Liz was undeterred. It was a long time ago. You were really young. I get why you feel like that. However, I'm positive I'm right. You're exactly the same. The face, the freckles, how you genially try to rephrase things. You're still wearing a hat. Power issues. My fan just started to weaken. Not again. Please. Instinctively, he looked up at his headwear with creased brows, not making the connection on why the hat meant something to her.
Okay.
We knew each other, okay? An uneasy smile settled on him as a silence followed Liz's speech. He was picking his words carefully. Please, Mori, don't DC again like last stream. I don't know. It's not up to me. Then the quiet was obliterated by a new voice bursting into the conversation. Shiloh! What are you doing? The rest of the group already left. Field trip is not a vacation. We're on a schedule. Startled, your head snapped towards the path. A distinctly unhappy individual with piercing magenta eyes, dark brown skin, and a sharp jaw stormed your way. He carried a cloud of authority with him, despite looking like he wasn't over 18 yet.
Sorry.
I didn't mean to ditch. Shiloh, whose name was now officially confirmed, gestured with a hand to add to the explanation of his absence, as the stranger watched impatiently. They thought they recognized me as someone they knew, but it was a tiny misunderstanding. Still ever the untrustworthy child, Liz theoretically as well as literally put her foot down at that, stopping in frustration and getting more childish the longer she was around her childhood companion.
Come on.
It is Shiloh. We do know you. Shiloh merely shrunk in on himself. The tone he spoke was pained. Sorry. You honestly couldn't tell if he was apologizing for the upset feelings of your sister or the palpable dissatisfaction of his new acquaintance. That in itself was very Shiloh-like. Oh, you know him? Is that it? The stranger spoke in a dismissively scoffing tone, as if the words were sounded so absurd to him, it was almost amusing. Almost. But the stern of his demeanor quickly reinstated himself. Well, do you know me? I'll tell you. I'm someone who's been forced against his will to be aware of what's going on in Shiloh's ridiculous personal life for a year. Huh? I haven't played XOXO droplets yet, so I don't know what you're talking about, bro. If the two of you had any importance in his general day-to-day existence, it would have come up by now. Don't bother trying to exaggerate any trivial connection you might have. It's not good enough. Ouch. He's with us and you'll survive without him. Now stop loitering on the road. It's rude.
Excuse me?
We're the rude ones? The high-strung ranting got an audible gasp from Shiloh, who finally started to speak up again in defense. Nate, that's really mean. It's also true. We're leaving. With that declaration, the unofficially introduced Nate indignantly spun on his heels and walked speedily towards where the group went, completely confident that Shiloh would follow behind. Ah! Oh, people can sure have bad attitudes, huh? Why can't they just try to get along? It's not that hard. Don't worry though, I bet you won't have to deal with him again. And I'm sorry I can't stay to talk with you, but I hope you have a really nice life.
Bye.
Bye! And with that, his final parting words given. Shiloh left the two of you behind to catch up on his own life that he had to go to live. Liz watched his exit, stunned, only to frown when it hit her that he was really gone as quickly as he appeared. It happened so fast you hadn't even been able to get a word in. She sighed, all the energy she built up releasing with a breath. I could have told him his last name was Fields and his birthday is October 30th. That would have proved it, but no. I'm sorry, Liz. Shiloh grew up to be dumb. Oh, whoever Nate is, he sucks. Well, damn. I'm sorry, Liz. You felt so bad for your big sister. He had been such a close friend in her early years, and their reunion was completely ruined. You want to go catch up with him? Liz merely shook her head, pushing off childish thoughts. I think we can leave it there, thanks. He's in the middle of a high school field trip. It was already enough to be able to see him. There's something reassuring about witnessing firsthand that he's still out there, enjoying his own part of the world. Though, if given the chance, I could definitely have a few words with him about the company he's got. She laughed, but you could tell there wasn't much humor to it. She was mad at that guy, even if she was happy to let Shiloh go. Maybe they're only with each other because of the trip, and not usually how things are.
Right?
True. We can only hope to say the same for him as he did for us. Have a nice life, Shiloh. Have a good life. Liz smiled at you. It had the self-confidence you knew so well from her. Come on, kid. Let's finish our trip. Yeah. Nate does in fact suck. Well, given that they're from the previous game from the same game developers, which I've looked into, by the way. It's XOXO droplets. All of the romance candidates in that game are assholes. And you don't really fix them. They're just there. And you play as an asshole yourself. You don't really get a choice in their personality for the MC. Yeah. I'm thinking on whether or not I should play it though, because it is a very stark difference from our life. It's like incredibly different. No matter how either of you really felt about the occurrence, it was something you simply had to accept. People you know just disappear and reappear in the most unexpected ways. Oh, wait. Dang. I just realized this is This is a good line in connection to Baxter's DLC. The two of you enjoyed what remained of your outing until it was time to return home. Oop, AFK. Alright. By the time you arrived back, the sun was already beginning to set. You arched your back as you stretched your arms toward the ceiling. While it had been a good day, it had enough activity to cover an entire week. Liz tried to hide a yawn behind her hands. You weren't the only one feeling worn out. I'll be heading up to your room, I mean, the guest room, since mine stopped being available as soon as I was out the door. Her tone was light. She had quite a lot to say about the subject when you'd first taken over her bigger room after she left for college. But there have been many trips back home for her since then. The room hasn't been hers for years. It was more of a running joke now that she continued to bring up the topic to this day. Let it go, Liz. I didn't see your name on it. Thanks, Liz. It's a really nice room. Thanks for being so gracious about giving it up. Just wanted to follow in my big sister's shoes. I'm sorry. I don't see your name on it. You wouldn't, after cleaning out every possession I left behind. That's right, I didn't leave evidence behind. I don't leave evidence behind. A small laugh was shared between you and your older sister. You better believe you'll be back in the guest room when you've got your own place and we're both in town for a visit. We'll take turns. You'll have Thanksgiving and I'll get Christmas. What a reasonable and mature suggestion. I'll think about accepting it. Welcome back, P. She flashed her familiar grin and you couldn't help but feel glad she was back around, even if it was temporary. With that, she plodded off to the spare room. You were ready to do the same. Moving into a new space was your first opportunity to decorate from scratch. Oh, we're designing our room now. Let's go. Oh. I always pick this one because it's Miku green. Ooh. Cute. Get a laptop. Ayo. Sure, let's change up our room for a bit. Extras. Trophies? Ayo. Trophies? What trophies are these? No trophies. Window. More books. A little plant. Corkboard? Oh, for my conspiracy theories. Pictures. Oh, you can only pick 2. Jellyfish. Lights. Aw, I can't put both. Man. Sure, let's have fairy lights. Volleyball. Telescope. Okay, that's done. There. You were really satisfied with the feel of your tiny part of the world. As your thoughts drifted, you tried to bite down another yawn. It was no good. Your bed was now lodged in your mind, and all you could think about was collapsing on it. You trudged to the stairs up to your room. Stepping inside, you closed the door behind you, blocking the rest of the house. When you turned back around, you realized you weren't alone there. Oh, we're not alone. In our own room. Comfortably perched on the windowsill was someone very familiar to you. Hey yo! Cove Holden. Gasp. Ho! Ho! Surprise! His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bird. Though to be fair, you had been so astounded there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and began to explain.
So...
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. He's breaking and entering, guys. And the small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe he was really there, mere few feet away. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. That's when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back into town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. Oh. The realization made you bashful. You shook her head at his antics. You stayed frozen, the shock yet to melt away. You walked over to join him. We just laughed. Hello, 911. Hello, 911. There's a stranger in my room. Actually, no, that's my next door neighbor. A delight bubbled out of you as a fit of chuckles. He could never even attempt to hide how he felt about anything, including you. Man. Cove dropped from his seat on the windowsill, landing lightly on his feet. He made his way over to you, the smile still resting on his face. You're too crazy. I'm glad you're here. Trouble's back in town. Can't believe my eyes. You're too crazy. And give him a bone-crushing hug. I don't know if you can see this, but my screen's frozen. I can see your chat. Have you tried refreshing the page? My internet died. I'm back. Welcome, Kaito. Hello. Hi. We're getting into the Baxter DLC today. Welcome in. Hi, Mori Sensei. Hi, Kaito. How are you doing? How are you in how is stream? Trying not to die from the heat. And also, stream is doing good. Okay, I'm all good now. Nice. P. Cove squeaked as your hug knocked the air out of him. He awkwardly managed to wrap his own arms around you in return. Then Cove leaned back on his heels, pulling you into the air, as if you were both equal. As you were of about equal height, he needed to lean back as much as he possibly could to get you off the ground. You let out a small noise as your feet kicked the empty air. Grinning affectionately, Cove set you back down. Silly Ellie. Hello, Ellie! Insert metal pipe sound here. A wild Ellie has appeared. Welcome in! Hi! I haven't slept since last night and I had presentations and tests today. Are you okay, Kaito? Are the presentations and tests done? Damn. Hydration reminder for everyone in stream. Alright, thank you, P. Hello, Ellie. How are you? How are ya? I'm doing good. Trying not to die from the heat. No, I cried when I got home. Bro. Kaito. Get some rest when it's all over, okay? Also, me visibly struggling with how hot my room is. Yes. Unfortunately, that is the life of a of the climate change person. I don't know. I shall. Nice. Good to hear, Kaito. I miss you. Even if he hadn't said it outright, you would have gotten the message from his body language. Cove was grinning widely, his raised cheeks burying his eyes, which gleamed like hidden gems. Unfortunately, we aren't romancing this guy in this run. We're currently going through the Baxter DLC, which we will meet him later on, in a little bit. Let's just go through this as we would. The life of climate change, we need them trees. Plant more trees. It's like weirdly cold today. It's spring. In your part of the world, P? If I recall correctly, you're in Australia, right? It's always so weird to hear about how upside down it actually is. I thought it was like just a little joke about Australia, but it's actually real. As a winter person, I'm gonna die at this rate of heat. Man, you're going to melt. You're going to become a little puddle, Ellie. But he looked at you as if you were the most exciting treasure of all. How was the trip? Yeah, I had a great time. Cove told you about his trip back and how his trip had gone. His mom was doing really well. She had a project in the works that she was thrilled about. As a result, Cove was going to be sticking around in Sunset Bird for the time being. Things were settled as much as they ever could be. With Cove back once more, you felt at ease. My time zone is GMT +7. Take a guess where that is. +7, that's shot in the dark, Indonesia. That's the only other country that I know that has GMT +7. Hope stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and see Dad. Vietnam, oh! Yo. Truly is part of the Southeast Asian Ring of Fire. I say Ring of Fire, but it's actually just hottest summer days. He glanced over to you with a familiar, expectant look. Wanna come with me? You know I do. Let's visit your house. Cool. Cove began to head to your bedroom door. You followed after him. You insisted on a piggyback ride? Oh? No. The two of you casually went down to the ground floor of your house. In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you'd prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before he left your house. Can you wait here for a little while? I got something for you. Cove tilted his head, intrigued.
really?
You nodded with some eagerness, trying to imagine how he'd react when he actually saw it. You bought Cove something special? It's a gift you'd chosen? Hadn't been something you could buy. It was something you made yourself. The orange shell he'd been entranced with since you were kids. You quickly went up to your room to collect the shell, knowing exactly where to find it. It'd been housed in the same box since you were a little kid, after all. Taking great care, you extracted it from the case. Yeah, we have like a little... what do you call this? Up top, up on my noggin. A shell display. Looks really nice. You see a ring of fire, I see hell on earth in summer. Yes. Woe is... Don't worry. The sun's going to explode eventually and we're not going to have to deal with that anymore. Though it had been a long time since you'd taken it out, the grooves were as familiar to your fingertips as the opening line of your favorite song was to your ears. Melting like a popsicle right now. Be sure to hydrate. Keep cool. Maybe get some ice cream if you can. Cove had admired the shell ever since he first saw it, declaring it to be the best of all your treasures. Despite that, he'd never accepted your offers to take it. You hoped that might change tonight. You closed your hand around the shell, not wanting Cove to see it until you were ready, and headed downstairs. When you were back in front of Cove, you cautiously lifted your arm up. He looked down curiously as you unfurled your fingers to show him the gift. You can't put this box back together till winter. Man. you need to be freeze dried before you get built back together. I know you don't want to take it from me, but but what I want is for you to have it. Cove stared down at the familiar shell nestled in your palm. His mouth parted. No words came out. He drew his eyes up to yours silently and found the answer to whatever question he couldn't speak. He put his hand over yours and broke the silence. Okay. It was as quiet as a whisper. His fingers were as gentle as his words, brushing against your palm as he took the shell from your grasp. He cradled it carefully against his chest and smiled at you, his eyes bright. I'll keep it forever. Cove reverentially laid the gift safely on the counter, but he didn't turn back to face you once he had ensured it was secure. Though his face was angled away from you, you caught his eyelashes fluttering as if batting away tears. His throat bobbed as he swallowed bubbling emotion. No, he's gonna cry. Reconstructed like Legos? No. We need an instruction manual for you, Ellie. A building manual. You knew that Cove would be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. When he began to sniffle, you felt the need to reach out. Cove? I can't... You just... Mori, I don't know what to do. He forcefully scrubbed at his eyes, like he was trying to push the tears from threatening to spill back in. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No. He's already crying. I think he will know the steps. I think so too. He's very capable of figuring it out. No, nevertheless, the tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. He's gonna throw up. No, breathe. Thank you. His voice quivered as he spoke. Cove scooped you into a hug, pressing you tightly against his chest. Let your breath escaped in a short squeeze. No, another bone-crushing hug. He burrowed his face against your neck. He shed tears damp on your skin. You hugged him back. You're such a crybaby. You're welcome. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Hey, forget about it. Forget about it. It started raining outside. Stay safe, P. You're welcome. Cove let out a steady breath. It was far removed from the shaking gasp that had accompanied his sniffles. The tears had dried. His eyes were a little red, but open and at peace once again. He smiled. fully recovered from the emotion that had overcome him. And then stopped, apparently. That was a quick shower then. You're really seriously too nice to me. He smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. Cove brushed his hand against the pale ghost of a scar on his arm. He was at a loss for what to do now. The clock ticked away, counting the seconds of silence. Once you had a chance to settle your thoughts, you figured you'd tell Cove the intriguing news. I meant to tell you this earlier. I saw Shiloh today.
Huh?
Shiloh? Cove repeated the name, his expression blank. From when we were kids. Cove pondered for a moment, then snapped his fingers. Oh, he was the prickly boy from that first summer, right? The one who moved? I met a guy named Shiloh. He looked just like the Shiloh we knew, plus however many years. But he didn't remember me and just left. Cove frowned. That's, I don't know. Too bad I missed it. Though you knew him better than I did. That was definitely true. Not only had Cove known Shiloh for a shorter period of time, but he and Shiloh had never quite gotten along. Not that they were enemies either, just kids who were only ever together because the other people they both knew. I wonder what Shiloh's up to these days. I don't have any idea. He didn't say much.
Oh.
Oh well. That was everything you had with that news item, so you moved on to the next big update. Also, you know the mean old neighbors? The ones who would always yell at us? He cringed. He cringed! Recalling those particular memories of back in the day was not pleasant, even for someone as nostalgic as him. Yeah? They're not coming. They didn't rent the condo this summer. Cove's jaw dropped. You didn't blame him. The elderly couple had been an institution as far back as you could remember, long predating Cove's arrival. Even now as a teenager, you found your neck prickling as you walked by their condo, half expecting a scolding for breathing the wrong way in the vicinity of their vacation home. It was strange to think that was coming to an end. All things come to an end. Wow. Cove blinked, clearly struggling with the idea in the same way you had. I didn't see that coming. People being gone, people coming back. It feels like I've missed a lot. It has been a busy summer already. Well, you haven't missed the fireflies. They haven't shown up yet. Well, that's something. And we'd better not get left behind. There's still stuff to do. You nodded. The two of you headed out and traced the most familiar path you'd ever walked. The trip across the road over to Cove's house. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun that it was already at an end. The dawn of a new day was soon upon you. Cringe but free, yes. For real, for real. The next morning, your belly was full of breakfast and you were in a pleasant mood. You hoped the rest of the day followed suit. Later, you were meeting up with your friends Cove, Miranda, and Terry to go into town. It was all on short notice, but that was because everyone was just so excited that Cove was finally back home. Having a nice daydream? You blinked, pushing all your thoughts away and returning to reality. Your mom was watching you with a teasing smile.
Alright.
So, what's on the agenda today? I'm meeting up with some people. Well, I hope you and your friends have fun. Don't get into too much trouble. She winked at you. You knew both of your moms wanted you to enjoy every bit of the summer, before all the big changes started. I'll try.
That'd be great.
But before you go gallivanting around the town, could you bring the mail in? I'm finishing up putting the dishes away over here. Alright. Thanks very much. And then we meet the father-son duo. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too. Mr. Holden! Mr. Clint Holden!
Hey.
Hey there, Mori. Hi, good timing, you came to join us. Yeah. Gave him a high five. Trying to stifle a grin, you leaned in and raised your hand. Cove slapped your hand back, clearly amused. You noticed Mr. Holden was taking in the scene, viewing Cove with a self-satisfied smile. Man, that $20 really came a long way, huh? Huh, Mr. Holden. Cove followed your line of sight and shot his dad an unimpressed look. For a moment, Mr. Holden seemed like he had a thought dancing on the tip of his tongue, but he decided to keep it to himself.
So...
What are you up to today? As far as I know, nothing too much. Me and Cove are meeting some friends in town later. Sounds like a plan to me. Yawning, Mr. Holden stretched his arms over his head. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. Of course. I don't know how you're not interested in this, it's big news! Besides, it'd only be polite to greet the new folks in town. Maybe it'll be a single dad and his son. You've been here too long if seeing a new person rent a condo is what you consider an exciting development. I'm dying to see the newcomers. You shrugged. I don't want to meet them. Anyone has to be better than the last tenants. Mean. Rude. I'm kind of frustrated that despite having a phone number, I can't verify it to my Twitch account. So I can chat in verified accounts chat mode, because Twitch doesn't send any confirmation codes. Man, that actually sucks. I recall A4 also having like an issue with Twitch chat not letting him chat because of the phone number thing. Hopefully it gets fixed for you, silly Ellie. Why did I read your entire username? It's because I looked at it. Hopefully it works out for you, Ellie. Yeah, you're finally able to chat on Twitch again, A4. How long were you like unable to do to chat anything back then? I didn't really keep track. Maybe it's a single dad with his son. Hope snorted some airy laughter at the suggestion. Whoa. Okay. I am... Alright, my computer is trying... a little bit struggling right now. Because of so many things open. Hope snorted some airy laughter.
Oh?
You think we'll have some competition? For several moments, Mr. Holden was unable to answer. He was still chuckling when he put his hands on his hips and tried to compose himself.
Nah.
Absolutely not. We're the #1 father-son duo in this town. No one's changing that. Okay. Last time I was here, just only able to watch and unable to speak. No! For me, it's about 1 month. Oh. Damn. Twitch has been like having a lot of problems recently. I don't know what's been changing in the background for them. All the really weird choices for features, and then all the banning stuff. There's no sign of them. I still need to head over to work soon. Cove gave his dad a few reassuring pats on the back. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Really?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Well, I mean, only until I have to meet up with Terry and Miranda. Would that still work? With a wide grin breaking out on his face, Mr. Holden looked absolutely thrilled to have his nosiness enabled. For me, it's been multiple months and I still ain't getting my codes. No! Twitch, what are you doing? I don't have a Twitch account. That's okay, P. You're here on YouTube. And I really need to set up like a point system for YouTube chat. So you guys can bonk me as well. That works. He moved to firmly place both hands over Cove's shoulders, fixing his child with a firm stare. Son, you are my true ally in this world. Mr. Holden stood up straighter, letting Cove go. He looked reinvigorated. Okay, with that settled... Ow. Ouch. I wish to pat Mori. Hold on. Which one was that? I don't remember which one was it. Wait, no. I don't know which hotkey was it. There it is. Head pat for P. Trying to like find a workaround this issue. Would a digital phone number work? I'm not sure. Yippee! Yeah. That one was for you, P. Okay, with that settled, I'll go make some money. That's always been the one thing I do best. Mr. Holden headed off to the garage with a big wave goodbye. Cove smiled the whole time you both watched his dad leave. Mr. Holden was one of your favorite people. He's like a dad. He always tried his best and was honestly just great. As soon as he was out of sight, Cove sighed lightly. You okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, just not looking forward to waiting. Guess I'll be hanging around the street for a while. Good luck. Despite the slightly teasing tone in your voice, you meant it. Knowing Cove would rather be doing anything else than this, but you figured the wait wouldn't be much too longer. He looked at you, and you could see the gears turning in his mind. He smiled. What would it take to get you to stay with me instead? You laughed. You were amused with his playful look. Melted into big, begging eyes. He seemed hopeful about his odds. You only have to ask. Really? Uh-huh. I can't leave until I find out what they at least look like. Cove nodded at that. You noticed that he seemed much happier about his task now that he wasn't going to be waiting alone. Cove put his hands on your shoulders, gripping you solidly but not enough to hurt. His eyes fixated on you just as firmly. He was serious. Mori, you're my true ally in this world. That got a fair amount of chuckles from you. He grinned, the stoicism fading into amusement.
Thank you.
You're always good to me. You're lucky to have me. Teasingly, Cole raised an eyebrow. You're the most lucky guy on Sunset Bird. Luckiest. For a moment, you weren't sure if Cove was laughing at your declaration, or that you momentarily forgot the word luckiest. Either way, you didn't mind. If YouTube makes a redeems feature for streams like Twitch, sure as hell it's gonna draw a lot of Twitch streamers over there. Yeah, that was like the one drawback that made me like hesitate to start streaming on YouTube, because there were no chat rewards. What the hell? Riot jump scare. Well, it's my fault for having open VC, but hello! It's Riot! Riot jump scare! I'm here for Baxter. Ayo! Ayo! Yippee! Would Mix It Up have, like, point redeem options? The bot? I need to figure that out. Writing it down. Oh, we were just talking about having like those chat redeems on Twitch, but having that feature on YouTube as well. It would be really good, especially for like viewer interaction. And I'm trying to figure out how to implement some kind of system like that on my YouTube chat. So I was thinking of using like a bot for it that would keep a record. kinda. I don't know what you're talking about. Not the subs. Not the subscriptions. The chat points. Channel points. The free stuff that you get for just tuning into the stream. And then you can redeem for like a head pat or a bonk. That kind of stuff. Alright, back to the game. And then he let you go. Cove stepped over to his front porch. Like the emotes and stuff. Yeah, the access to emotes. But not like exactly the emotes. I don't know if you actually get me. Riot. I don't know if you actually get what I'm talking about. You know how you can redeem head pats and posture checks and hydration checks in chat on Twitch with points? That feature, like the why do you call them emotes? It's not even an emote. They're redeems. The hell, man. Lazily taking a seat and leaning back on his arms. Our watch begins. Riot, it's so simple. Yeah. Why would you call it emotes? An emote is the emoji. Nodding in agreement, you joined Cove on the front porch steps. You both sat there in a comfortable familiarity as you settled in for the waiting game on the new tenants. The neighborhood was quiet and you sighed contentedly, closing your eyes and feeling the light breeze. Eventually, you both perked up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise, turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at that sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop.
Oh?
That has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be. AFK and hydration reminder. Hydration. Now that they were here, you couldn't help but feel a bit curious. You wondered what kind of person would be living in the neighborhood for the summer. The taxi pulled to a stop in front of the now empty condo. It was the same side of the street as your house, a few buildings further up. Oh wait, I thought it was on Cove's side of the street. Apparently it was on our side? Hey yo, I don't remember that. A few buildings further up. Without getting to his feet, Cove tried leaning and tilting his head to get a view of the passenger door as it opened. Without getting to you could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you'd expected. And there he is! The monochrome man! He was a young man. Had to be close to your own age. He was dressed fully in an eclectic black and white and grey outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you caught when he looked over at his audience. What do you mean you can't fashion into submission? You can wear contacts. Cosplayers do that? Without even like eye improvement stuff on. Just for like cosmetic feints. Oh no! We lost them! We lost them, boys! Hold on, I need to fix a few things. No, what am I doing? Hold on. Okay. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, this is Baxter. Hello, folks. Who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile, already prominent on his face, curled further. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. The color-coordinated man left it there, however, and with a firm click, he shut the door to his right. When he turned back to you to retrieve a large, unsurprisingly black suitcase out of the trunk. Continuing on with his own business, he strolled forward and lightly tapped on the driver's side window with his knuckles, asking for them to roll it down. When it opened, he leaned down and rested his arm on the edge. You assumed he was thanking the driver for getting him there, considering he slipped them a tip during the brief chat. Oh, the ways money can bring you. The lengths that money can bring you. They shook hands, and then he pushed himself up and away from the taxi with both arms, giving the driver room to leave. The taxi pulled away, rolling carefully down the road and out of sight around a corner. The new renter had officially arrived. He left his suitcase on the ground, out of the way of the street, and sauntered over your way with the confidence of someone who had been invited to join. Hope finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
Back, but I gotta go. Alright, P. Thanks for dropping by. I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you, neighbors. You're standing on the side he was approaching from. When Baxter got close enough, he offered his hand to you first. You shook it. Baxter gripped your hand firmly to give a satisfying shake. Hi, Baxter. I'm Mori. Hey, Mori. I'm quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sarcastically amused scoff. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. He shook his hand, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm having burgers out later and I need to prepare. Hey, yo, burgers! Enjoy the burgers, P! Have fun! I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove a moment.
Really?
Now wait, is that a nickname or your real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing, Cove. Cove, that's gorgeous.
What?
It's really not. No, I agree, it suits you. Hey, only I get to fluster him. That's a lot considering you're talking to a stranger, Baxter. We double down, yo.
Not bad.
Nice to see someone else knows. The impact might have faded for you living with it this long, but I promise that to the onlooker, it's a knockout. Cove couldn't face either of you after that. His cheeks were quickly turning bright red with embarrassment. You noticed that Baxter looked apologetic over Cove's increased discomfort. I'm sorry, it wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter stood up straighter, striking a pose in the position of his feet. He began to speak, but suddenly stopped and closed his mouth. Hmm? He became absorbed in his own thoughts, tapping a finger to the side of his chin as he stared at you. You shot Cove a confused glance. He decided to shrug in response. After a few moments, Baxter had the same smile curl from before. He removed the finger from his face and used it to point directly at you.
Hmm?
We've met before.
What?
What? When? Baxter continued to smile widely, his head tilted slightly to the side as he studied your visage. It's embarrassing, but I haven't figured that part yet. He laughed cordially while Cove stared at him in disbelief. Baxter chuckled further, mirth growing at what must have been a very amusing situation in his mind. I'm getting there, don't tell me. I know you want to, but do not. It'll come to me. He continued looking you up and down, hand back over his chin while he racked his brain for answers. And then, recognition appeared in his eyes. With a snap of his fingers, he announced his revelation as though he had forgotten his own birthday. The cypress at the summer soiree, of course! Turning away from you, Baxter began rambling to himself about the details. It had to have been before any regionals. So, at the time I was about 14 years old. That makes it 5 years ago from now, I think. Cove's mouth fell open.
Seriously?
Are you kidding me? Is he serious? Did you really meet this guy at that country club party 5 years ago? Yeah, I think I did. I mean, I just showed you guys the Baxter earlier. So yeah, we remember him. You nodded. It took his explanation to get it, but the memory of the dance you shared was coming back to you. Cove's eyes darted between you and Baxter again. The instigator of discussion lightly gestured with his hands in response. It's good not to forget a face. Cove, Baxter danced with me at the party. You were a good dancer back then. It's unbelievable that we're meeting again. He said I had nice legs. Do we tell him? Do we say this? Chat, help me pick. Is this what we say? Yes? He said I had nice legs. Alright. What? Precocious. But hey, if it was as true then as it is... But hey, if it was as true then as it is right now, I can't see why I wouldn't have. I'm feeling kind of lost here. You see, my parents are members of the Cypress. They happened to be passing through on a trip across different states when they heard about the event.
To be honest.
Funnily enough, the entire reason they joined was for the connections they could make with other members there. Looks like that perk has finally hit for me too. Originally, I thought it was only any good since I could occasionally dance there. Baxter suddenly stopped and stood straighter. He grinned. Dance. Oh yes. That's what I was going to say. Thank you for the head pats, Daigo. Hello! Welcome in. We're meeting Baxter now. Why is he eyeing our legs again? Yeah. He's eyeing our legs again. He said that we had nice legs back in the summer soiree. And now... and now he said we still have nice legs. Oh my, Smugster. Yes, it's Baxter Ward. Hello, Daigo. How are you? They can't get enough of our legs, damn. No! Not the legs. That's what I was going to say. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing earlier. Oh, I don't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking. Well, he grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove frowned at the overt forwardness. I'm vibing, let's go. Thanks. Thanks? I'll pass, I think. I'll take you up on that offer sometime. Are we romancing him this time? I think we should. That's what we're here for, right? To romance the featured DLC characters. I'll take you up on that offer sometime. I look forward to that then. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So...
I don't know, he likes our legs a bit too much. There was an out-of-pocket compliment. We can move on from that, I think. What made you decide on Sunset Bird? Oh, yes, well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
Honestly.
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting. But lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Smooth? Question mark? Smooth? Question mark? Cove was practically reeling over how Baxter found a way to fit comments like that into every single topic thus far. Why do you keep doing that? You don't know us, and you talk like you already do. But you talk like you already do. Cove spoke, firm yet genuinely confused, and Baxter smiled cautiously. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, and when I say something, I mean it.
See?
Plus, what's the point of spending my off semester alone? The best part of being somewhere new is getting to interact with new people. Am I honestly the first person who's acknowledged you're attractive and intriguing people? True, you're hidden away in a tiny tourist trap, but still. Am I only trying to score a hookup or get a romantic fling started by saying those things? No. That isn't the point of speaking well of others. I was raised better than that. Though, would I be fussed if that's what my words led to? Also no. I am flexible, not a surprise, I can back off with the lines if you don't like the attention, but I would like to be friends if we can. Cove wasn't sure how to what the hell, bro? Oh. Sorry about that. Mori bro, fiddled with the fan. I thought he turned it off. Mori bro jump scare, yeah. I thought he turned off the fan, but no, he just made it weaker, I think. I thought he'd be mean and just turn off the fan. Alright, back to the game. Cove wasn't sure how to respond. He glanced at you, and he continued to look at your face when he spoke. Thanks for answering. I don't think I'm interested in that. Maybe not the friend thing, but the other part. I'm finding it pretty entertaining. Baxter laughed at that. Glad we're working things out. I'd turn off the fan. Man. What kind of brother are you, Riot? Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward.
So
So, since you were both already out here, did my arrival interrupt anything? Definitely not. You laughed in a conspiratorial way. You looked away nervously. You told Baxter you were both waiting to see who was gonna move in. I'm going to be transparent with the guy. That condo hasn't had a new renter in my entire life. We had to see who was moving in now. Baxter laughed at that, immensely pleased with your response. I'm getting a reputation in this town already. Not bad. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer. But we can save the scheduled talk for later. I should get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
Goodbye.
Goodbye for today. Bye. Cove gave a small wave as well. Bye, Baxter. See you. Baxter turned on his heels and strolled back to his suitcase, picking it up and bringing it to his condo. You and Cove were silent as Baxter unlocked the door and disappeared inside the house. With him ultimately out of the scene, Cove let out a long breath.
Well,
I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. He burst into a fit of laughter, trying to imagine the conversation. It's a guy that wears only black and white. He's not emo. Not really. But he also has white hair with black highlights and ripped jeans. He's also not punk. He's just weird. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor, and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going. You gave Baxter's condo one last glance over your shoulder. And it's time to figure out the feelings. We're going with Crush. The last time I played through this, we went with relaxed comfort level. But to mix things up, let's try to be direct. Are we... Is that good? Direct. Don't mind that. That was Mori, bro. You got picked up on my mic.
number 2.
My model is even responding to the audio from Mori Bro's voice. But yeah, since we've been just choosing relaxed comfort for a majority of our run, let's try to be direct with Baxter this time. And also, yeah, this is our MC for this run, Mori. Begin step 3 at direct crush. Yes, direct sounds fine. Which initiative level would you like Baxter to have for step 3? Oh, yes. For those who aren't aware of the initiative system in this game, it's basically how often or well, how much of initiative, or well, how do I explain this? The purpose of initiative is to, like, since we're doing the crush interest level, there's going to be romantic moments during the run, which means like holding hands and stuff. So this thing will tell the game how much you want Baxter to be giving you affection, basically. Like in low initiative, he won't be like the person that initiates like holding hands. But if you have high initiative, Baxter will will be the one initiating the holding hands and stuff. That's basically how I can explain it. But yeah. So are we picking high initiative for this? He seems to be the high type. Yeah, I think so too. I don't know. Alright, let's pick high initiative then. He'll be the one to initiate the holding hands and giving hugs and stuff. You were looking forward to seeing more of him? You thought he was charming. You didn't think too much about it. You weren't sure how to feel. You thought he gave a pretty bad first impression. You look forward to seeing him more. Baxter was different, but you liked him. Smiling, you hoped that he would be a good friend this summer. Turning your attention back to Cove, you pushed all thoughts of Baxter aside. You both started making your way toward town. A little while later, you and Cove reached a main street in town. All of a sudden, you stopped walking. What's wrong? I think I heard my phone. You dug your cell phone out and looked at it with a satisfied grin. There was a new message. Before you could read it, you were distracted by a smile. By a small, amused noise from Cove. His head was slightly tilted to the side as he carefully looked at your old keychain. I can't believe you still have that. Of course I do. I love it. You shouldn't be surprised. Really? Yeah, it was a gift from you. It's important to me. Aww. Cove looked away, blushing. He smiled warmly, likely remembering the day he bought it for you.
It's nice.
I'm actually glad you like it. He looked back at you with a playful grin. Especially since it cost me $6 whole. That's like $30 in kid money. Yeah. This is a callback to a step 1 incident where we had to go shopping for a new sand pail for Cove. And he got money from his dad and he went to the shopping street to buy a new sand bucket. And he also got us a little crab keychain. His matter-of-fact tone had you laughing deep. It took several moments to compose yourself enough to speak. I didn't realize that was the going rate. It was then, probably be more now. So you're trying to say you were a big spender? High roller. In kid money, yes, I was definitely a high roller, remember? That had you both bursting into fits. Smiling, you refocused on the task ahead. You opened the new text from Miranda and all you saw was, I can see you. Immediately from where you stood, you started swiveling your head around. You couldn't spot Miranda anywhere, but she did send you more messages. Haha, I see you looking. Where are you? Haha, come on. ... Really, Randy? Where are you? The message was sent and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces. But they were still invisible. Hope looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Miranda, come on out! You sighed at the ridiculousness. You burst into laughter at her antics. You sent your own joking text. Let's send our own text. If you want to keep hiding, Cove and I can just go do our own stuff without you, is what you decided on. You smirked, hitting send on that message. Cove looked at you curious, raising an eyebrow. What's happening? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. In there you saw Terry and Miranda coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving widely to draw even more attention to themselves. Texting your friends, I see you is so real, yeah? I see you. Cove took a step in their direction. Grinning, he put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey! Laughing and arm in arm, The girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street. They jaywalked.
Hi.
I hope you weren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Hey, buddies. Hi. I thought you both knew better than to jaywalk. Even if it was an open road in a small town, it was still illegal. They took matching tones in a apologetic lilt.
Me too.
Sorry, oh, wait. No, I meant that as a joke. No, I take it back. Let's go back. Man. Man, you can't really roast people, huh? How did you appear out of nowhere like that? They started giggling again. Terry glanced at Miranda, wondering what their story should be.
Ooh.
It was magic. Gesturing in a vaguely whimsical manner, Terry went along with the decision. And magicians never reveal their secrets. Ooh. That's fair. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No, not the meme. I can't escape that meme anymore. No. Harry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here! It's been so long! What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Sorry. Eventually, she let him go. Harry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing at his arms. Okay. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight onto her other hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this again. They didn't either.
So?
Cove? Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to get me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry. But I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything. But I can tell you I'm busy with orca activities. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic and academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, ORCA. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. Like Ame's donathon, where she raised money to help the charity for ocean conservation. She even set up like a whole VR chat world filled with holo talents that are like little sea creatures. I really love that stream. I wish I could go on VR chat and actually look through it, but I don't think my computer can handle VR chat. Especially a VR chat world with that many like models and moving parts in it. My computer might die. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution. Okay, I already read that. It was Cove's activity. You joined Orca too after learning of it. You were an Orca member and introduced Cove to it. Let's join Orca too. Their big smash event for the year is coming up, right? Coming right up, isn't it? Yeah, there's not much to do before then, but I'm kind of looking forward to the fundraising push. Hopefully we can pull it off. If anyone can do it, it's you two. Even if it goes really bad, it'll still look good on an college application at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here and say stuff. Let's go! I would like a meal now. Freaking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Yeah, for sure. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. Miranda was the first to offer a suggestion.
So...
I don't know about anybody else, but I'd like some chow mein. Chinese is fine with me. Entirely serious, Terry nodded. That'd be amazing right now. Yeah, I can always agree there. Yeah. The group's lazy wandering shifted into a purposeful journey just like that. And as Terry predicated, the conversation was able to continue while on the way to Fee. You and Cole finished explaining what was coming up with your Orca fundraising efforts. All the talk of beaches reminded Terry of her own personal goals. She'd been considering getting lifeguard training. Cove and Mori can keep our ocean clean, and I could keep it safe. Such selflessness was inspiring for the listeners, though Terry butted in before anyone was too impressed.
No way.
Don't be proud of me yet. I haven't even signed up. Laughter burst out in the little crowd. Miranda took a turn to chat about her life next. She picked out some 5-week summer courses at a community college. They wouldn't be starting until later in the month. It was exciting though. Not content speaking solely for herself for long, Miranda mentioned a good news for someone else. Specifically that her older brother Jude has a new boyfriend. You vaguely knew who Jude was. He was in his mid-20s. You were pretty sure of that. What you knew for certain was he had his own place with a real career and everything. An actual adult. Jude existed in a whole other stage of life than you, and hanging out with his much littler sister's friends had never been in his to-do list. Now that was an accomplishment worth being taken in by. And Back just had lunch at this hour? What the heck? It's 4 p.m. Riot. Why are you taking lunch at 4 p.m.? Eat aight. Alright, okay, I guess. I guess. Terry, who heard it, and Miranda, who said it, were equally dazed. He's been single for, a few years now. It kinda seemed like he just wasn't interested in anybody. But that was true, basically. There wasn't anyone here for him. He was dating a friend he's known online for a long time. They've been playing games together since college. This is my theory, but he might not have dated anyone else because all he wanted was to hang out more with that good friend, but no one ever I can't read today. But no one ever say that to him. He never even hinted there might be a thing there until one day they were suddenly dating. I had breakfast at 1 a.m. That's practically 15 hours since you last ate. Riot. What the hell? You okay? Are you fine? I'm not. I'm worried for you, friend. But besides that, what's funny is I don't even know his name. Jude didn't talk about him until they'd already known each other forever. And now that Jude has started talking about him all the time, he just calls him Grant.
Huh?
Is his name not Grant? It's not. It's an inside joke about how they talked about school grants one time when they were first becoming friends. They thought it was funny how Grant was also a name, and were going, oh, I bet Grant would get a grant. Then it escalated into joking about a grant being named after someone being called Grant. It's an entire spiral, huh? His friend made Grant his username for everything, and it still is today. He barely had a concept of Miranda's brother, and that one explanation was everything you knew about his boyfriend. But the story gave a real impression of who they were. Wow, Godspeed, Judy. Don't let Grant go. That's nice. I bet they're really happy. I wish the two of them well as well. Do you think we'll ever know his actual name? It's so sweet. I support you, Jude and Grant.
Thank you.
Thanks. Trying to follow the incredible story of Grant proved difficult. Miranda trailed off. The current conversation was well and truly over, so Cove took a chance to speak. This has been on my mind the whole time, but there is never a good chance to mention it before. What is it? There's a new person renting a condo in our neighborhood. Really? From a tale of an unusual character to another, Cove spoke of Baxter Ward as if he was a local legend. His name is Baxter. He's in college, though doesn't look like he's much older than us. Maybe Miranda's age? He's not gonna be what you expect, no matter how much you try to guess. The description put Terry on the edge of a non-existent seat. She was about to fall off it somehow.
What?
A new man in town? Who's our age? Cove Holden has been holding out on us as usual. I won't guess. Tell me what he's like. Monochrome. What does that mean? Baxter dresses in all black and white, and a little gray. His hair is black with white streaks too. Huh? Cole had been correct. That kind of man had not been considered in the realm of possibilities for Terry or Miranda. He added to your initial description with a couple of thoughts of his own. More explanation was required to make any sense of it.
I mean...
Baxter is, bold. He says whatever he wants and, well, Mori already mentioned how he dresses. But I don't care that he has a style, or that he's not shy. What I don't get is the way he acts so impressed by strangers who have done nothing. He said he wanted to hang out with us, me and Mori, this summer. This summer and all this other stuff. That was the very first time we'd met. Baffling, isn't it? He's like an extrovert or something. Let me take a sip to that. This prologue takes a lot longer when you're reading out every word. I've been at this for 2 hours and we're only halfway there, I think. 2/3 of the way there. I have no idea why he cares, or why it was so easy for him to say that to people he knows nothing about. So you got his number?
No.
No. Cove's eyes squinted and his nostrils twitched inwards from the incredulous scrunch that suggestion had given him. Considering the picture that had been painted, he couldn't understand why Terry would imagine anything like that had happened. Oh, that's a good idea. Then do it, and you should too, Cove. You don't meet a social butterfly like that every day. The black and white color scheme proves he's a rare specimen.
Ooh.
This Baxter is flapping around the town, coming to appreciate our two good buds, Cove and Mori. Right? Like flower buds, and he's a butterfly. Terry, that pun is such a stretch. Agreed. Well, he sounds like my kind of guy, and we could always use more friends. I'm not sure about that one. It's as shaky as your bud metaphor. Okay. This was escalating. The more fired up Terry got, the more Cove and Miranda wanted to shield themselves from the embers. I know what you mean, Terry. The more the merrier. I think it'd be nice if we could get along. You shook your head. The whole conversation had you snickering. I know what you mean, Terry. The group of 4 was evenly split between the sociable and the shy. That line was drawn clearly with this discussion. Are we sociable? Is Mori Motchi sociable? I don't think so. Let's just laugh at the whole thing. Yeah. While normally the group was an even split between the sociable and the shy, this time Terry was on her own. No longer moving forward, Terry stood there with her hands to her hips.
I'm on it.
I'm gonna meet Baxter, right now. Cove completely stalled, except for his lips, which sputtered a response. What about getting food? Of course it's food. I know the way. You can all go ahead. I'll be back before the food hits the table. You'll see it. Terry's light chuckles contrasted massively with a hefty sigh from Cove. Ah, you're actually going to go to a stranger's house and ask for his number? That's the plan? Yeah. Why do you gotta be like that? Oh, Cove. If I wasn't like this, you and me never would have been friends ourselves. And I probably wouldn't have been friends with Randy either. I don't live in this town. I can't miss an opportunity to connect. Otherwise, it'd mean leaving it up to chance or fate or Cove's ability to have relationship progress on his own. I don't have all year for that. He'll be gone before then.
We're cool.
Not to insult you for going slow, Cove. You're good the way you are. Baxter can be a butterfly and you can be a snail. Man. There's an affection in Terry's extended metaphor, but Cove still frowned at the almost certainly correct assessment of how his connection with Baxter was going to develop. I had a snail's face. I don't like snails. How about being a sea turtle then? Okay, I'm a turtle. How easily we can pacify this guy. Good, you can accept that. Order me the General Tso's chicken. I'll get his number. Inspired by the name of her meal, or perhaps her meal was inspired by the sudden mission. Terry has... I almost said Jerry. Like Tom and Jerry. I almost said Jerry. No! Terry gave a military salute before flipping around. Miranda and Cove simply watched in disbelief. Does she know where he lives? Does she know where the condo is? Maybe we should go with her. Hold on, I'll go with you. Mori! Cove gave a halting yell, but he had no intention of stopping you. He just had more foresight than you in that instance. What are we supposed to order for you then? Oh, you slowed your pace way down and glanced over your shoulder. You called out... Oh no, choices. Chow mein, lo mein, fried rice, beef and broccoli, orange chicken. Another general chose chicken. So, Joe? So. Mugu gaipan. I don't know what that is. Sweet and sour pork, teriyaki chicken. Teriyaki chicken at a Chinese restaurant? Huh? Szechuan beef, spare ribs, chop suey. What if we order teriyaki? Teriyaki at the Chinese restaurant? No. Let's do it. Teriyaki chicken. Okay. He let you go and you found when you looked ahead that Terry had stopped in her tracks. She waited for you after you announced your intention of joining.
Thanks.
I knew you were a bud. The trip back wasn't long. You'd barely left your neighbor. Zesto. Ang dami! Buwasan mo, hindi ko ito maubos. Hold on, chat. Mori bro brought me snacks. Hello, I am back. I have snacks. My brother made carbonara again. Or well, no, not carbonara. Pesto. That's what it's called, right? Snacks, yeah. I don't know if it's mugu or mogo. Mogo gaipan is a chicken and veggie stir fry or clay pot dish. Ooh, stir fry. I have water. Nice. Stay hydrated. You already finished eating lunch, so you don't get a snack, right? We ordered teriyaki chicken at the Chinese restaurant. Now let's go get Baxter's number. There's no time to lose. You return to your street. Harry's feet took her halfway down the road, smack dab between your house and Cove's. It was a force of habit. Which is his... Of course. You almost missed realizing that she wouldn't have known even if... where to go if you hadn't decided to come after her. Almost. You had come because you didn't want her to go alone. Being able to help was what you were there for. We are the GPS for this trip. You pointed to the house back up higher in the hill that she'd passed right by. That's it. Glad you're here. Let's go. Sorry for the long pauses. I am eating my snack. But thank you for the head pats, A4. Take your time with them snacks, there's no rush. Yeah. She hoofed it in reverse upwards to the Forbidden Fortress. What had been the Forbidden Fortress? Though the former danger that haunted those halls had been released, and instead, it was claimed by a proper gentleman. Of course. Carrie rang the doorbell. She never understood the true terror of the Nonels. One might think there's some hesitation in that action. After all, she was still approaching the home of someone so unfamiliar. To her, she hadn't known which house it was. Terry remained fully confident in the decision. He stood by her side. Hardly more justification to be doing this. Why am I here? I don't know. The door opened and there was the man you'd met 30 minutes ago. Baxter had said goodbye for the day, but he'd left when he'd left then. What an overestimation of how long it'd be. Oh. He must have believed what he said before seeing you raised his brow. And put on a questioning edge to his exclamation. Why were you back? His features smoothed out into his default expression. Lidded eyes and a curved smile.
My pleasure.
Mori, it's a pleasure to see you, and you? Baxter's head angled squarely at Terry. It was a playful tilt. You weren't there before. Still keeping his face turned to Terry, his deep brown eyes shifted towards you. Mori must be popular to have such a rotating collection of company. I expected as much. Baxter blinked as if he'd never taken focus from Terry for even a second. His attention was on her so fixedly. He held out a hand decorated with sleek black rings to her and then gave a cordial introduction.
Nice to see you.
I'm Baxter Ward. The offered hand received a sprightly slap, a side five in place of a shake. I'm Terry, a friend of your neighbor's. His interest was piqued. Baxter, far less subtly, looked between the individuals making a house call, trying to gauge the motivation for it. With no hint, he settled for asking directly.
How are you?
I see, and what can I do for you, my neighbor and friend of my neighbor's? Ask Terry, this is her thing. Terry? Mori here and Cove not here talked about you moving in for the summer. It sounded cool to me. I decided to see you in your black and white hair myself. The reason people were unexpectedly at his doorstep had been revealed. Baxter's response to such an intrusion was pleased. He instinctively brushed a few strands of dyed hair, smiling all the while. Well, thank you.
Uh-huh.
You sounded cool, and you are. Let's swap numbers. Damn, if only I was this smooth. I'd have made more friends by now. But no, I am a scared little dog, afraid that people might not like me if I was being too forward. Or at least, I'm afraid of what people would respond when I become too friendly for someone I've only ever met. I have a fear of people in general. Oof. Yeah, but that's alright. I've been getting by. I still have friends. Why am I saying that? Look, I even have a friend in voice chat right now. He can't really turn on his mic because of a situation. I don't know. He talks with his robot voice. Yes, his female robot voice.
Really?
Really, this town truly is neighborly. I'm not from this place. Terry's reason for seeing him was far more tenuous than Baxter assumed. She didn't live in the neighborhood, or the next one past, or anywhere in Bird. She laughed heartily over it. Baxter snickered much more wryly. Neither of them had a care in the world. Then it's this social circle from wherever they come from that's so friendly. Even better. Does that mean I can have your number?
Certainly.
And that would be excellent.
All right.
Good. Carrie pulled out her cracked cell. Baxter did the same thing. His phone case was black and white. No surprise there. They hovered over each other, and after a mistype or two, numbers were exchanged. Thank you. Welcome. Do we give him his do we give our number as well? Chat? I want your number. You can have mine too. Would it be alright if I had your number? You actually got your new neighbor's number? Terry shouldn't be underestimated. We were glad Terry took his number. It might be useful, and you didn't have to do it. You can have mine too, sure. And I can add you to my contacts. His head remained bowed, but his gaze lifted towards you. His cheeks went up, as well as a sparkling smile. Of course, I'd love that. Baxter waited for you to get your own phone out and repeated his number. You got it down and gave yours in return. The contact name on his list was Mori across the street with an exclamation point. Cute.
Perfect.
Perfect. He slid his phone onto his back pocket,
Honestly.
and I must admit, I was not expecting this vacation to go as well as it has. Even with a generous estimation of my sociability, I imagined I'd need a week or more to find someone to exchange numbers with. Instead, I have 2 new friends the very instant I arrived. Oh, Baxter, this isn't even all. Since you've seen me, Mori, and Cove, it's only a matter of time before you meet Miranda too. And there's still Liz, obviously. Maybe even Lee will make an appearance. The news of yet more strangers being invited into Baxter's vacation had no visible impact on him. He replied, contented and calm. I look forward to all of that. As you should. Now we need to make haste. There are other matters we must attend to. Lunch awaits. That was one way to put it. Baxter's formal tone seemed to be rubbing off on Terry.
See you.
Then I won't keep you. I hope to see you again soon, though. Please feel free to text or call anytime. Have a good day. That's super formal. It's like we're in a business meeting. Same. Take care. Bye, Baxter. Come on, Mori. Like 2 shots, you went off the road. Baxter didn't move an inch from the entryway as you left. Neither you nor Terry spoke on the race to the restaurant. The clock was ticking. Every second longer you took could be another drop in degrees for the warmth of your meal. You stopped to catch your breath when you were under the shaded awning of the Chinese restaurant. Terry wiped her fully exposed forehead with her palm.
Finally!
Making friends works up an appetite. Agreed. Snacks. Good thing we're about to eat. We entered the building together leisurely, pretending to be normal people who arrived for lunch in a totally reasonable way. Terry explained to the hostess up front that a table should already be prepared for her and you with 2 others. One who's short and in shorts, cute, freckled, big purple eyes, lacy top. She's shy, probably doesn't say much, but the hostess politely stopped Terry's babbling with a raise of a hand before she even began to describe Cove. And that was plenty to get the idea across. We were directed towards the center of the dining area. Miranda and Cove were there, speaking quietly. In front of them was nothing more than 4 cups of water and a plate with 3 spring rolls. The dish was supposed to have 4, but sure as Baxter loved black and white, you knew it was Cove who ate the one that was missing. Can't stop a guy from eating. Even if food technically ended up in Cove's stomach before the 2 of you returned, an appetizer had to be cheating. Terry meant the main course, and it was not there. You could still take it as a win. She certainly did. Hey, we made it!
Hey!
Terry, Mori, hi! Creases lingering on Cove's face showed he'd been worrying about the results of an unexpected pit stop until the moment you both appeared. But since you strode up so victoriously, he was reassured enough to already joke about it. You barely made it, you know. We ordered a while ago and this appetizer is already here. Ah, close, but making it is making it. Did my good friends get what I requested? The sudden primness of Terry's speech was lost on Miranda. She didn't understand that a bit of Baxter had been brought to the restaurant with the two of you. Yeah, I got it. General Tso's chicken for you and teriyaki chicken for Mori. Teriyaki chicken from the Chinese restaurant. Yes, thank you very much, Miranda.
Thank you.
Ah, yes, thank you. One of the empty seats was finally filled as Terry plopped down. Satisfied after a job well done, you took the last remaining chair. So, did you actually see him and get his number? We did. Hope glanced your way, his wavy eyebrows raised in surprise. We was clearly the word that was on his mind. You continued with comfortable ease. I got his number too.
Huh.
Wow. Wow. The group had settled into the usual rhythm when your proper meals arrived a few minutes later. You talked, and not once did the topic return to the element of the unknown Baxter Ward. But he remained stuck in the corner of your mind. Ooh. After many seasons in the sleepy town, you had expectations of what the summer of 2016 would look like. It had been all too easy to imagine. 2016. Almost like 8 years ago. Huh! It's been 8 years! Sure, you graduated high school. Your life wasn't going to be the same anymore. But it was too soon for that to warp the existence you had for over a decade. At least you'd thought so. And yet there was Baxter. He was something you'd not counted in a single one of your vacation plans. You couldn't have until barely an hour ago. Now his number was on your phone. A new world, one you had no grasp on, was already poking its way into your old routine. It had come in the form of a black and white ballroom dancer. You were lucky. The final days of familiar comfort had come, but the first sight beyond that was a charming young man asking you to spend time together. How quaint. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home. You parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. You were walking tiredly after such a long day. You yawned, stretching your arms high over your head. It was taking a lot of mental focus to keep up and walk alongside Cove. As you did, you peered at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wondered why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared down and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you did hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood. I'm trying to get into things like they're the same, and they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought of your own immediate future. If you had to choose in this very moment, you wanted... not again. Yeah, we'll just choose whatever. I don't want to work. Go to school. That was the basics. Yeah, whatever. This isn't gonna impact our gameplay. This is roleplay choices. None of this matter. Don't speak with your mouth full of food. These choices will not impact me in real life. This is purely for the game. So I don't... Let's pick whatever. You okay? I'm good. Question mark. finish my food. Hydration check. We're nearing the 3-hour mark, boys. 20 minutes before 3 hours. Now you wondered what Cove had in mind. You heard him consider some things in his future, but it was never anything that would have counted as a real plan. Making it back home, you both stopped in the middle of the street. Cove sighed. His mouth trembled, trying to settle the right words to say. Are you still thinking about what you want to do and stuff while traveling? Yeah. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not gonna decide on a school or a career, not this summer. I'm gonna stay here. At least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer work, and everything else.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall, or next year. Or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do it. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I know that's not very exciting, but that's the best I can do right now. He laughed self-derisively, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. You smiled. Your plan sounds very you. Your head tilted affectionately, ever so slightly to the side, as you watched him process your response. Cove was going to continue doing things in his own way and in his own time. He exhaled, releasing some tension in his shoulders. Thanks for hearing me out on this. You knew him well enough to know that Cove wasn't feeling completely better about the way things were. No matter what's happening, I want you to know you won't ever lose me. I won't really be gone. I'll still be there for you the best I can, whether it's long distance or whatever else. Cove's whole expression softened. His lips pulled into an affectionate smile.
It's okay.
Mori, you deserve to have everything you want in life. You laughed at his bold declaration. Thank you, Cove. I want you to get everything you want in life. That flew out of your mouth immediately, but you meant every word. His mouth pulled into a delicate grin. Looking at you fondly, Cove took a step closer. He placed a hand on your shoulder. The warmth from his proximity helped relax you. He spoke to you softly, wholeheartedly. He meant every word. Things are hard right now. It scares me, but it'll be okay. It'll be more than okay. Now that things are up to us, we can make our lives better than they ever were. You believed him. No matter how daunting the future could be, he was right. You would be okay. Deeply, you met Cove's gaze. You nodded. At that, his expression morphed into a look of careful confidence. Clearly, he was still struggling with this topic, and you wondered what else might be on his mind. This was a start, I think, but it's not over, is it? We'll have to keep talking about it going forward. Yeah. Cove softly reiterated his promise. It'll be okay. We'll still always be there for each other. Is that good with you? It is. Cool. That's cool. I'll see you tomorrow, Mori. I'll see you. Night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked your breath out of you. Yet, couldn't have been more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
Night. He finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cope started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered how many times will he be able to say he'll see you tomorrow. You hoped for countless more. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Yippee! Okay, that's the end of the prologue. Let's actually save because that was really long. Okay. With that, let's take a break. 5 minutes. And then we'll go into the first moment. Yes. We're finally done. No, I think I'm going to work on another one more thing. We're finally done with the prologue. But we'll be taking a break. Yes. Yes. Break. Alright. I'll be back in 5 minutes. Question mark. I don't have a timer, but I'll be back. See you. I'll be refilling my water bottle by that time. Okay. Bye. Uh, uh, hello. I am back. How is everyone? Welcome back. Hello, Riot. Alright. Let us go through this really quick so we can end fairly soon. A sightsee. Yes. This moment is actually mostly an interview on Baxter, where we get to know him a little more and his whole deal. The lore. We back? Yes, we're back. I have cleaned up my snack plate and refilled my drink. Yes. We'll go sightseeing. In this moment, we'll get to know Baxter a little more, and maybe go to some new place with him. Yeah, yippee! You were perched on the couch in your living room, doing nothing in particular. It was a quintessential summer afternoon. The weather was warm and the mood was lazy. So far, it had shaped up to be a pleasant day, if somewhat uneventful. Yes, I have more snacks now. Yippee! Enjoy your snacks, Nil. No plans and no obligations made. Beyond a few usual chores. Liz had already flitted off, enjoying herself. She had left in the morning carrying a mysteriously heavy bag. You hadn't bothered asking her what she was doing, or why it needed a sack that clattered when it moved. She probably won't be home till late. I have a guess that she's gonna go golfing. She's gonna go play golf. If it's a sack with clattering stuff inside. Your moms both had the day off and, like you, had been using their freedom to do nothing of import. The group of you finished cleaning up from your shared lunch and Mom struck up a conversation.
So,
Well, what's next? Your mind was blank. You let the question hang, assuming Ma would be the one to reply, and glanced down at your phone out of habit. And right then the screen lit up, presenting you with a potential idea. A text notification had come in. Baxter's name displayed itself. He sent more messages after the first. You unlocked your phone to see it all. Hello and good afternoon. I am intending to go sightseeing and would love it if you could join me. You are quite welcome to invite anyone else along as well. Very formal. Your phone buzzed one more time with an additional note. Sincerely, your friend Baxter. Oh, it's like a letter. It's like an email. You snorted at the screen. His texting style read more like a... Oh, hold on. Hold on, folks. We got a delivery. Beep beep, the small jeep is running down the street. Stop, look, and listen. Alright, I'm back. You snorted at the screen. His texting style read more like a formal letter, written with a quill pen than a text.
Oh?
Did your friends text you? Her ma smiled at you with a raised eyebrow. Gluing your face to a phone for so long must have been a big tip-off. One friend did. Baxter wanted to go Baxter wants to go sightseeing today. What the hell is happening in the other room? Why is there screaming? Don't mind that. It's a normal everyday occurrence in the Mochi household. Wow, perfect timing. Hey yo, who's screaming? Don't mind that. don't pay it any mind. It's all fine. Don't worry. Yes, that's nice. Baxter Ward seems like a lovely man. A lovely young man.
Not bad.
He's a step up or two from the Donnells, that's for sure. Neither Mom or Ma had spent a lot of time around Baxter as far as you were aware. They'd met early in the summer, something unavoidable on this street, and had a few encounters since then. I wonder where he's from. Ma didn't look to you for an answer, or her wife. She couldn't add to the topic and assumed no one else in the room knew either. It was a wonderment for the universe alone. Mom still pressed her lips together and thought. No clue. But for what I'm curious about, what is he studying in college? He's on a break for school, isn't he?
Well...
Yes, he did mention he was on an off semester, but no more than that. Mori secretly holding hostages? No comment. No comment. Once the curiosity train left the station, there was no stopping it. The two traded questions back and forth, whispering with a growing steam. Oh. I'm not telling you anything. There was someone on their street who was a stranger, a situation that hadn't occurred in a decade. What do you think his family is like? He's all by himself. Again, none of you could enlighten the others. You had scarcely spent more time with Baxter than your parents, and you realized he hadn't been forthcoming with basic details. You found his mystery intriguing. Felt kind of weird to know so little. You wanted to change that. You didn't think it was a big deal. The mystery is intriguing. It was exciting to know there was so much more to him to figure out. You refocused on your phone, and the formal message had yet to get a reply. You answered the question casually. You called out his hilarious message. You answered him in a similar fashion. Do we mock him? Or do we... do we follow the vibe? I would like to mock him. What was that? Saying sincerely in a text? And everything else in it. I'd mock you. It didn't take long at all for Baxter to continue his silliness. Dear Mori, an invitation is an invitation regardless. Regardless of the mode of communication. He should have ended that FYI with a winky face, but he was too proper even for that. Should I take it that you're busy? No, I'll go over now. That is wonderful. I will see you soon. Best regards. Best regards! You turned and you smiled and turned to your moms. They had moved on to wondering about if Baxter had a part-time job. Probably not. Both of them were concluding. Gotta go, I'm heading to Baxter's. Have fun, kiddo! Yes, do that. Ma's grin was as sweet as honey being used in a trap. You could see the ulterior motive from a mile away.
Please?
And if you happen to find out anything about our new neighbor, maybe think of telling your poor moms when you get back. Lonnie. Despite everything, Mom appeared amused at her wife's blatant attempt into info digging. Well, I'd be interested to hear it too, if Baxter doesn't mind his mystification being cleared up. You two are so nosy. Why don't you just invite him over and interrogate him yourselves? Why do you think Baxter will tell me anything? He let out a long-suffering groan for their behavior. You smiled at your hilarious parents. You two are so nosy. It wouldn't be right for your moms any other way, even if it did mean trouble sometimes. But it is a shame he hasn't actually moved into the neighborhood. I could invite him over and get to know him better myself. Sadly, that's not the case.
That's a shame.
He's a young man trying to enjoy his vacation. He should be out and about, not spending his limited time entertaining us old moms in our kitchen. Ma slumped her shoulders while expressing her limitations in the snooping matter, though she immediately perked back up. It's different if he's making a friend his own age. If you don't want to ask or it doesn't come up, of course, that's fine. I'm only saying that if you do or it does, then I'd be curious to hear about it. I accept the mission. I won't let you down. Mission accepted. Roger that.
Love you.
Thank you for indulging us, sweetie. I won't keep you any longer. Have a great, wonderful day.
See you later.
Take care. Bye. You have fun too. Maybe you can find other secrets to dig into. Ah, yes. The family that digs together stands strong together. Gossips together. I don't know. You gathered up your phone, wallet, a water bottle, and a few other odds and ends you imagined might come in handy during an unspecified outing. You left the condo, your formerly normal but boring day rocketing off into an unknown direction. Baxter tended to have that kind of effect on things. Once outside, you crossed the street diagonally to reach Baxter's place. You found the doorbell and pressed it down. His doorbell was so much more reasonably placed. A second later, the man you wanted to see opened the door with a grin. From his quick response, you knew he had to have been standing by. You'd announced you'd be there, and he was ready for it.
Hello.
Hello, Mori. Thank you for coming. Hey, Baxter. Thanks for having me. At Baxter's obvious pleasure at your attention, you smiled in return. He stepped out of his condo and closed the door behind them to stand by you. I appreciate you agreeing so last minute. However, if you do have prior arrangements, this can be done another day. Thank you for the head pats, Daigo. Sightseeing is my usual itinerary, after all. I didn't have any plans. Really, it was nothing to do.
Oh.
There was nothing to do. In that case, I'm glad today was the afternoon I asked. I've stopped in at least one scenic spot, tried a new restaurant, or browsed an unfamiliar shop nearly every day since I've been here so far. I've always had to go on my own, so this will be a special trip. Whoa, that's impressive. Thank you. I've only had a few short visits to California in my life. Even then, I was underage and supervised by parents or guardians. He raised an eyebrow, and his voice took on a delighted tone. We saw each other on one of those rare occasions where I was in state. Dance instructors were controlling the schedule at that time.
Is that fine?
This summer is my first chance to truly experience what the area has for myself. It's also not going to last forever, so I'd rather not waste my opportunities. His bold proclamation reminded you of how fleeting his presence really was in everybody's life. Exactly as he'd suddenly appeared, it wouldn't be too much longer until he vanished. Back to wherever he'd come from. He was impossible to pin down. I have to warn you, my moms might grill you on your life these days. Even as a non-neighbor. Wow, you're so elusive. And I'm not wasting my chance to spend the day with you. Are you trying to be mysterious? My moms will grill you on your life one of these days. I must depart, Mori. Have fun with Baxter. Alright, Daigo! Thank you for dropping by! I wish you fair, safe travels and good rest. Yes. That's fine. I don't mean to be opaque.
Well,
I have nothing to hide. Well, he shifted from foot to foot as he thought it over. Actually, perhaps there are one or two things that would be best not to reach your parents' ears. Your eyes widened as you tried to imagine the sorts of things he might be implying. Mori, your hostages are escaping. Yeah. Yeah, they just say bye and then I let them go. What kind of things? Baxter chuckled at your reaction and leaned in closer. It might come up. Though it won't matter if it's only your moms who are curious about me. He locked his door smoothly and tucked the key into his pocket. You're doing me quite the favor by accompanying me. His shoulders loosened and he directed a soft glance towards you. And if you wouldn't mind, it feels like a good chance for us two to get to know each other better.
my pleasure.
Please query me at your leisure. If there's anything you'd ever want to ask, I'm an open book in your hands. It could have stopped there, and you would have expected it to end on a formal bow, but the exceedingly official sounding offer was flipped onto something coy and full of possibility. There are many things I would like to know about you. You can ask me whatever you want to.
Thank you.
That's a gracious offer. I'll take you up on it. He voiced no questions yet, but you knew with his grin it'd only be a matter of his patience. Instead of asking him his personal information, you needed to use your question-asking authority for something else first. Where were you thinking of going sightseeing? Baxter placed a hand on his chin, considering. Ideally, the first stop would be your choice, since you're so considerately joining me today. I may as well take advantage of your local expertise. After that, I can take you to a place that possibly even you hadn't been to yet. I have a rental car, so it's no worry if you want to go somewhere that's too far to walk to. My choice will certainly require driving. I'm positive you've stepped on every inch of this town.
What do you think?
Does that sound agreeable? Letting you pick the first place and following it up with somewhere you had been to before despite living here for almost your whole life? What did he think you'd missed? Maybe it was the overconfidence of a tourist. Or maybe it was something trickier. But he'd caught you off guard again. With Baxter's promise to tell you whatever you wanted to know, you hadn't prepared for him to still be so hard to read. You should have known he wouldn't suddenly get actually straightforward no matter how direct he claimed he would act. That'll be great. You'd rather have some sway instead of Baxter playing tour guide all day. Baxter flashed his shiny white teeth. Do you have anywhere in mind then? You pondered the request. If there was one place someone like Baxter should go see, what would it be? Inspiration struck. There's no place more iconic around. I do have an idea. Have you gone down to the shopping street yet? The shopping street? I don't know what you mean. Given it was minutes away on foot, you worried you might have offered old news, but it didn't come up on the map as anything other than a few of the permanent shops. You had to be there to know. It's a row of local shops and stalls by the beach. It's right near our neighborhood. Really? His hanging attention encouraged you to continue. It's meant to be fun for visitors, not at all the typical grocery stores or clothing shops or things like that. This game has really long, winding sentences. It's so hard to read without, needing to breathe for a bit. Everyone should go there at least once while they're here. Baxter made a grand gesture of waving you on to lead out.
Perfect.
That sounds absolutely perfect. Please show me the way. You obliged, the two of you strolled down the inclined street. Neither of you were particularly rushing, and it took less than 15 minutes to walk down to the spot. You skipped over the cement curve of the worn gray brick road and were there. Tantalizing smells and a mix of attention-grabbing music drifted from the open doors and outdoor stalls. They blended into a new tune, a celebration for your senses. It was normal for tourist season. The path bustled with a crowd of excited visitors. Aesthetically, Baxter stood out from a vast majority of colorful tourists, but his enthusiasm matched their faces of awe.
I love it.
This is wonderful. Confident you had suggested the correct choice, you let out a happy sigh. You continued wandering, but now you let Baxter direct the way. You merely followed along as he explored. He flitted to and from stalls like a monochrome butterfly on a flower garden. Terry had been more correct than she could have known when she made that comparison at the beginning of summer. When you had memories attached to each corner of the street, watching this first experience there was almost like seeing it with fresh eyes yourself. You could easily recall the feelings you had coming as a child, being swept up in the energy and adventure of it all. You scrutinized the available stalls up to date and realized Baxter would have a huge gaping hole in experience. There was no magician performing tricks anywhere. No magician! No! That bit of shopping street wonder would go unknown to Baxter, even though he came all the way there. By chance, Baxter led you into the area where shops happened in the past. Cards and coins that appeared out of nowhere and free balloons were inseparable from this place to you. Watching Baxter out of the corner of your eyes, it struck you that you had never gotten close to a tourist before. Everyone you knew well was also familiar with Sunset Bird, or at least something in the area. But he was one of the temporary passers-by. Hi, Siren! Welcome in! We are going sightseeing with Baxter right now. How are you? Hey, sometimes people do performances here. Oh? Yeah, the most famous, to me anyway, was a magician called the Amazing Alexander. The Amazing Alexander? That sounds amazing. The sheer amount of thrill in Baxter made you happy. He had taste. Though his eclectic interest was honestly more than what you'd expected from hearing about a random street magician. But it was nice, so you continued. You explained how when you were younger, you and a friend had thought about doing your own show too. Oh yeah, Derek. You and Derek had been enthusiastic, but could never figure out what to do. It never ended up happening. Baxter listened with amusement as you expanded the story. You're surprised you could recall it as well as you did these years later. It returned to your mind in waves. 5 years later. It was nice that Baxter was enjoying himself without seeing the show himself. Coming here, it was more than just showing a small part of the world you lived in. You had shown him parts of yourself. Now felt appropriate to use your privilege of asking him a question about himself. Hey, where are you from? Baxter put his hands casually in his pockets, his gaze wandering out over the crowds and the ocean and off into the distance. Starting with the basics, a commendable choice. Well, in the most immediate sense, I suppose you could say I came here from Virginia. That's where my college is located, after all. But of course, I know that's not entirely what you meant. I'm merely teasing. While I might study in Virginia, I'm actually from the proverbial Oregon Trail, born and bred. That's the state where my home is, if you can believe it. Oh, Oregon. That's not far away at all. Virginia, though, not so much. You grew up pretty close by then. We're practically neighbors.
Oh?
That's true, isn't it? While I might not be as close a neighbor as your friend Cove, when it comes to the States, I grew up right next door. Lucky for me, then. Oh. The thought of this seemed to please him greatly. You got the impression that Baxter had a soft spot for these kinds of coincidences. You found this fact about him rather charming. Speaking of which, it actually It's actually a little funny. The land my family home was built on, I suppose you could call it somewhat remote. It's a fair-sized estate, situated a little ways off the rest of the town, so until I moved into college dorms, I'd go as far as to say I'd never had neighbors before. His demeanor became more thoughtful at this. As for you, the admission came off as something of a surprise. In the time you'd known Baxter, which was admittedly not very long, this was the closest time he'd come to being melancholy. Even then, it was the faintest of glimpses. You blinked and it was gone. A slate wiped clean. And another thought caught his fancy. Soon the characteristic grin was back on his face.
Not bad.
In any case, now we are neighbors in the truest sense of the word. At least until my time in Sunset Bird reaches its end. It was a nice thought, in spite of a certain knowledge that it will all be over soon. The two of you shared a look that could best be described as neighborly. Yeah, let's just go through the questions. There's a lot more. This is probably like the second longest moment in the DLC, so let's just go through this. It's quite different from here and back home in Oregon, especially the humidity. In California, the sky goes on forever, the mountains, the horizon are possibly far. Oregon as well, the scale to the scenery just doesn't compare. In Virginia, the hills are just that, hills, rather than mountains. Quaint little things, really. They sort of gently enfold everything. His gaze drew distant. Another good thing about it is the trees. Virginia has plenty of forest cover, like Oregon, so at least in that sense, I'm among the familiar. That tracks. I think I read somewhere that something like 2/3 of Virginia consists of forest, right? 2/3? I could readily believe it. You're well informed, Mori. His voice took on a hushed, affectionate quality. I must confess, I have a soft spot for trees. There's these beautiful eastern white pines all over the college dorms. When summer comes to a close, the needles get everywhere. One big tan shag carpet. If you were to walk under any of the branches, you'd be picking needles out of your hair until Christmas. It must be awful for you. The green and brown would ruin your whole monochrome stick. You have no idea. All that consideration and careful selection wasted. Though, of course, I have brown eyes, so I like to think I can make it work if it comes down to it. But you'd rather not have to make that sacrifice, right? A short, sharp grin.
You are incredible.
It's remarkable. You know me so well already. Something about the way he said that made your stomach go a little funny. Oh? Baxter exhaled slowly, almost dreamily. Ah, that's another good thing Virginia and Oregon have in common. With all the trees around and the variable climate, you truly get the experience of the seasons changing. Summer to fall is especially beautiful. Colors like you'd never believe. He was about to get lost in thought again, then caught himself.
So,
Yes, I'd say I like it in Virginia a fair amount. The humidity is a little bit of a sticking point. But at the very least, that's only an issue during the summer months. And happily for me, I've spent my summer elsewhere this year. Yes, happily for Baxter indeed. Is it hard living away from where you grew up? Do you miss it? Baxter nodded, but not in agreement. He'd been anticipating your question.
no.
No, you don't miss it? Man. He didn't even have to think about it. Baxter's expression softened to something more demure. Maybe he had this reaction before. Many times. Maybe many times. It's not as bad as it sounds. I honestly I can honestly say that I wish I missed it, if that makes sense. You guess you could understand that. I don't know how you feel about your hometown particularly, but you should at least be able to appreciate that I spent all my youth there. I'm not so jaded as to totally discount the place. Far from it. Anything I liked about my home wasn't exclusive to the locale. US is a big country. There are plenty of beautiful things to see wherever you go. I've experienced enough to know that much at least. So no, I don't miss it. I won't be going back. If my parents wish to see me, they'll have to be the ones visiting where I am. I got the feeling he was enjoying a private joke at his family's expense. But it wasn't one of the things. That could be one of the things you'd ask about later if he was willing to divulge. You definitely relate to wanting to get away from it all and spread your wings somewhere new. Perhaps you were kindred spirits in that regard. What's your hometown like? It's a little town called Golden Grove. You likely wouldn't have heard of it. Oh yes, we do. For those unaware, Golden Grove is actually the main setting for the next installment of Our Life. Our Life Now and Forever is set in Golden Grove, where you grow up as another kid in the town of Golden Grove with your two neighbors, Tamarack and Chew. And yeah, you can meet Baxter there as well. Ooh, yeah, there's like a new game being developed right now, and there's like a beta release of it, like a work in progress release of it. You can try out the demo as well for free. Sure enough, you couldn't say you knew anything about the place. The name kind of rang a bell though. With a name like that, I'd bet you 20 I can guess what the local scenery is like. Baxter smiled with all his teeth. Of course, there's only one thing that springs to mind, isn't there? It's built on the slope of a mountain surrounded by all sides of woodland. The whole area shines with golden and orange patina of leaves. You almost forget any other colors exist. No wonder they called it something so literal. It does make the place sound grander than it is though. In truth, it's a small town, though not quite as tiny as Sunset Bird. You can easily stroll the length of this area. In Golden Grove, you'd at least want a bike or similar to make the trip, though some locals do take the walk. It is a quiet, sleepy corner of Oregon where hardly anyone comes or goes. You either move to the area to settle down or you've lived there all your life to begin with. My ancestors fell into the former category, myself the latter. You've left now though. I have indeed. I guess I bucked the trend in more ways than one. That certainly made sense. Baxter seemed like the kind of guy who'd always make waves in some way or another. Something about the way he said that made you think he meant something else by it, though. Did you feel out of place there? Baxter shrugged casually. I think I did sometimes, but that's not quite what I meant. He tried to find the precise words. After a moment's pause, he continued, You have to understand, it's a small rural town. A fair number of residents are working class. There are some more affluent areas, but
To be honest,
I suppose you could say that my family has a reputation in those parts as the local people of means. Or perhaps, to put it in more vulgar terms, you're loaded. Oh! Damn, when we picked direct, we really are blunt because the comfort level, if you pick relaxed, this line would be different. You're just the MC is just going to say you're rich, but then with the direct comfort level, you just say you're loaded. He snapped his fingers. Precisely. And for better or worse, everyone knows it. If you were to go there and pass my name around, anyone would know who you were talking about. The wards. He gave you a meaningful look. Please don't actually do that. It might embarrass me. It might embarrass even me. He waved a hand with great indifference. You figured that was all he felt like saying on the subject. If I'm ever in town, I promise I won't throw your acclaimed name around.
Very well.
Very well. Thank you. You needn't go out of your way on my account, although if you are ever in the area. His smile took on the air of boyish amusement. I'm not planning on being in Golden Grove anytime soon, but all the same, I get the feeling it might not be long before I meet you there, one way or another. Who can say? Yes, we will meet him there in the next installment as a different kid. With that, his voice trailed off and his gaze drifted to the middle distance in contemplation. Having asked all the questions about Baxter's home we could think of, a final thought occurred to you. Would you... I had you pegged as a city boy. So you're definitely not a sun, sea, and sand guy, huh? He barked with a sudden laughter. You've cut to the heart of me. A truer thing about Baxter Ward has never been said. As the day went on, in the idle pauses and quiet minutes after this conversation, you'd catch yourself pondering the strange man you were coming to know. You felt as though Sunset Bird formed a vital part of your emotional core. Happiness to you was the sound of waves on the shore, the warm feeling of sand, a feeling of warm sand between your toes. There was something so sentimental about the bright summer days that seemed to stretch on to entirety, only to draw to a close in the end. Maybe you'd forever be seeing the world through sea glass. I always loved this line. Like every time I read through this, whenever I play through the DLC, I always really love this line. Maybe you'd forever be seeing the world through sea glass. But Baxter was another person entirely. For him, perhaps the world was monochrome, or maybe it was golden, but with the color of leaves instead of sand. Talking with him made it impossible to ignore just how different your lives have been up until now. How separate your worlds were. All up until that moment when he showed up on your street. Now your lives were intertwined, however briefly, the forests and the sea foam commingling. Though you knew his love was in the trees and the fall air, you couldn't help but feel happy that he'd wandered his way down to the shore. Cute line. To you. And then you were struck by the most obvious idea in the world. You're on the shopping street, window shopping with a tourist. Baxter needed to get a souvenir for his days in Sunset Bird. No, you would buy him a souvenir. Let's buy him a souvenir. You perused the displays with purpose rather than passively observing them. What would be a fitting memento of your town? And what would Baxter Ward actually like? You considered those criteria carefully and decided to get him a postcard, shell picture frame, mini carved driftwood statue, shot glass, mug, t-shirt, a necklace? I don't think Baxter would be a necklace kind of guy. A shot glass, the most touristy thing ever. A shot glass that you never even use. Let's get him a driftwood statue, a little trinket. It was pale and smooth and in the shape of a cute bird. A sunset bird, no doubt. The wood came from the very beach they were across from and was locally carved. Baxter could literally take a part of this place with him. It was satisfying finding something that worked so well. He went to purchase it discreetly. When you returned to Baxter's side, his excitable expression curved into something more typical for him. What did you find? Here, it's your obligatory souvenir. It's yours now. You offered him the plastic pouch containing the recently bought driftwood statue. He graciously accepted it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mori. You're too kind. Before he opened it to examine what it was, he paused. I'm going to wait. Huh? I don't want the experience of everything good right now. Then there'll be nothing left. I can have this joy later. Don't worry though, I'll be sure to open this while you're watching. Perhaps at the end of this outing. Oh, alright, it's your gift. Open it whenever you'd like. Thank you once again. He walked away from the shop side by side. When Baxter was gone, he'd only have to look at the driftwood statue to recall his days there. And you. Your gaze wandered back to the man beside you, who you still hardly knew, the one you had so little time to know. What's up with the black and white thing? He looked down at his outfit and shrugged. I don't think it's being much of a thing. Black and white happen to be my favorite colors. You even dyed your hair to match. He really likes black and white, huh? He totally owned this strange quirk of his character. Alright, I admit it. One could say I'm rather dedicated to the aesthetic as a whole. I came to it gradually, though. Though I've had some level of affection for black and white ever since I was a small child. Anyone who knew me back then could have told you as much. I was very forthright and outspoken about my preferences, as children can often be. Black and white hype, let's go. Checkerboard, stripes, prison stripes. It wasn't until a few years ago that I made the conscious decision to align my fashion choices with that underlying attachment. I came to understand how clothing would be an expression of your personality, a way of showing yourself to the world. I wanted to make a statement, you could say, so I started experimenting and began selectively tailoring my wardrobe. To start with, like most people, I had associated black and white with more formal tastes and styles, tuxedos, dinner suits, tailcoats, and the like. I looked beyond my social group, found a diverse range of alternative subcultures. Yeah! Emo, punk, goth, they all carry some form of black and whiteness as well. Lolita, like classic Lolita, I think. Yeah, does black and white as well. There's a lot of appeal for me there as well. And then I ended up adapting many of them into my own personal sense of taste. Is that why you have ripped jeans?
So?
The rest, as they say, is history. Grayscale in a good way. Yippee! It made a lot of sense now that it was laid all out in front of you. The small choice had snowballed, gathering momentum, and became a core part of who he was. So, what made you like black and white in the first place? As a kid, I mean. Oh, that. He leaned in closer, playfully threading his fingers together on his chin. Can you guess? What? It wasn't like him to beat around the bush. The fact that he was choosing to toy with you a little about this was not what you'd been prepared for. You're a fan of black and white movies? Am I? He raised his eyebrows, incredulous. I might as well ask you whether Clark Gable had a mustache. Who? Yeah, I don't know who that is. Who? Clark Gable. He was a famous actor from the classic black and white film era. You're correct in the sense that I have a penchant for historical movies. I never knew that. But that's not the reason I like black and white, I'm afraid.
See?
I'll try to make it easier for you. The crux of the matter is this. Why do I, Baxter Ward, like the colors of black and white so much? He placed a lot of emphasis on certain words. He was obviously trying to guide your thought process, but you couldn't quite work it out. Black and white. Baxter Ward. Black and white. No way. No way. It's because of your initials. He grinned from ear to ear. The punchline finally revealed. A face of sheer delight. You got it. Brilliant, isn't it? But I have to give you credit. You managed to see the picture without every puzzle piece. My full name is Baxter Alexander Ward, 3 out of 3. B-A-W. The very picture of smugness. Why would that cause such a lifelong obsession? Baxter giggled boyishly at your response, swept his fingers idly through his bangs. I confess, as a child I came to believe that black and white had to be a part of my identity, as soon as I realized how it coincided with my own name. Bow. Bow Bow. It almost felt like magic in a way. Names carry power and importance. Kids love these kinds of coincidences. It's part of the mystery of youth. Magic, huh? You were reminded of something that happened earlier. Is that why you reacted when I mentioned the amazing Alexander? Because it's your middle name?
You're good.
How well spotted. That's correct. You could say I wish to be an amazing Alexander in my own right. I've always been fond of my full name. It's a very nice name. I don't know what to say. It's a very nice name. Thank you. I'm delighted we're in agreement. At any rate, I'm sure you can understand at last why I'm so attached to it, and to my favorite colors. It would lead to such a strange and unexpected answer. Baxter was satisfied going through twice. Thank you for once more showing me this place and for the gift. Ooh. He held up the bag with his souvenir safely hidden inside.
Bravo.
This has truly been a fantastic stop on my California sightseeing extravaganza. Bonanza extravaganza. The shopping street was officially a hit. I'm glad it doesn't disappoint you. Nothing this charming could ever disappoint me. Now I suppose I need to hold up my side of the bargain. I said I'd show you somewhere new, didn't I? Are you still interested in joining me and checking off an outing on my own goal list? Definitely, there's no way I'm letting you off that hook. Fantastic. In that case, we'll need to return to the neighborhood. And then we have to go by car. He brought up directions but was careful not to let you catch a glimpse of the destination. He didn't even give you a hint. He began to drive. It was exciting to go for a ride in such a luxury car, especially since the endpoint was a mystery. Baxter was in a good mood though. Good mood too, though wouldn't answer any questions straight. He dodged your attempts to wiggle out information with increasingly coy responses. After how many questions of yours he'd been answering, it was funny to have them suddenly act as if he'd never heard the concept of sharing information with another person. No. You just had to be patient. You'll find out eventually. No, my Twitch chat disconnected. No. Okay, it's back. It was still something we would not have guessed in a million years. On the top of the spacious building was a human-sized white pin. The place he wanted to sightsee at was a bowling alley. He led you to the entryway on air-like feet. Bowling alley. The front desk advertised rates for paying per game versus per hour. Along the wall, a tower of shelves held dozens of shoes, all sorts of sizes. In the past, that were the shining alleys.
Alright.
Here we are. He was content, as if bowling was all his soul needed to find peace. How did you know I've never gone bowling? A bowling alley isn't what most people think of as sightseeing. How did you know I never gone bowling? Bowling, it's been 3 hours, yeah. No, it's encroaching 4 hours. If you need to go, feel free to go. I'm not holding you back. I didn't. Baxter smirked victoriously. But it's good to hear I didn't fail in my goal to take you somewhere you've never been before. Though, as a worst case scenario, if you would have bowled in the past, not only at this particular location, this is even better. Especially as it is my first time as well. It is? Yes, I've never been bowling in my life. I wanted to try it for longer than I can remember. And, well, what better opportunity than when I'm on vacation? Wouldn't it be so much stranger to try it whilst I live my regular life? The life that, I must remind you, never had bowling in it before. It would be entirely unexplainable. Here, I'm a tourist. Doing new things is part of my job description. Well, I won't argue with that logic. It was too entertaining an argument. There was nothing wrong with him wanting to have his fun now. Hanging out with Baxter, seeing firsthand how he was living, you were compelled to ask yourself, had you really done everything you wanted to? Probably not. You could very well be reaching the end of that line soon. This would be the last summer you had before becoming an adult, before taking your first step into everything that lay beyond. Sometimes laying awake in bed at night, you would feel the tension like a bubble in your chest, the worry, the excitement, the anticipation of what the future might hold. Before that, how could you make the most of what remained? All the life contemplation. You weren't sure how to answer those questions. At least you didn't have a chance to ponder them further in the current situation. Now then, shall we get in line? They seem to be popular today. Or perhaps this is considered a slow day. I have no basis of comparison. But we might be waiting for a lane. It's alright. We got booked and got rental shoes. Baxter flashed you a charming smile and insisted on paying.
Of course.
Since you were so generous as to gift me a keepsake. Fine, I paid at my spot. I guess you can at yours. Exactly. You laced up your shoes for a second, and it was in terms of finishing preparation. There's time aplenty to kill before your round would begin. And now it's time for more interviews. What are you studying in college? I'm studying for a business administration and management degree. The expectation is that I will manage and or administrate at some company in the future. Ooh. Nothing too specific, I'm afraid. Sounds cool though. You think so? I'd have to say I agree. It might not surprise you to know that I can be a touch particular. I know the importance of coherence with individuals acting in a well-coordinated fashion. And I like things to function well for... I like things to function well, for systems to operate smoothly.
Honestly.
I confess, you could call me controlling at times. Not with people, but with processes. Especially when it comes to enacting plans, I'd much rather act under my own steam than follow someone else's lead. Take note, chat. This is gonna come in later. I'm only flexible with the personal, not the business aspect of lives. This is gonna backfire on you, bro. I know the epilogue. This is gonna backfire you. He spread his palms matter-of-factly. But that's enough about my aspirations. Take note, take note. We're gonna say I told you so. You know my story, so what about you, Mori? I'm curious to know what the world has in store for you, further down the line. I'll have you know that you're looking at a fully fledged high school graduate.
Really?
Wow, really blunt. My congratulations is an achievement to be proud of. If it's not too much to ask, where do you see yourself next? College? Straight into a career, perhaps? Sure, let's tell him our plans. It's okay. You'd only spoken to a few people before, but you felt like Baxter was someone you could be open with. Baxter moved in slightly, his eyes sparkling. Since you'd responded positively, he had no qualms about letting his curiosity show. I'd been planning to study part-time at a public university. I think it's wonderful you have something you're aspiring to do already. I wish you the best of luck. It's an exciting thing, taking the first step on your journey.
You know.
You never truly know just where you'll end up. Take me for instance. I'd never lived outside my hometown until I left for college, and look at me now. All of a sudden, I'm in California of all places, cavorting about with a charming new friend. His brown eyes met yours briefly. Isn't that delightful? Life is nothing if not full of unexpected developments. I'd like to think we're doing what we can to make the most of that. I didn't have to be here, and you could have pretended no one new had appeared in your small town and gone on as usual. Sometimes I wish I had your confidence.
I get it.
It doesn't come naturally, but I sincerely believe you have something to be confident about if you want to be. There's so much more to life than that. The world would be altogether too dull otherwise. You might not remember me mentioning it when we first met, but my most fulfilling hobby is ballroom dancing. It's a true passion of mine. You seem to remember him saying something along those lines. It's important to have genuine hobbies, don't you think? You had pastimes you loved too. Speaking of hobbies, we're an artist. Inclined his head, attentive to your
I
words.
see.
Interesting, I had no idea. I'd be glad to hear more about it sometime if you'd care to elaborate. I can't say I have any experience in the area myself. I want to pursue it as a career somehow. There's nothing wrong with turning something you love into a career. For many people, that's the ideal scenario. In my case, I enjoy it for its own merits. I'd be wrong to imply that ballroom dancing is totally without, shall we say, remunerative benefits. Why do you speak hard to speak words? Hello. Hi, Mori. Hello, Daisy. Welcome back. For those with a certain level of skill, there's some money to be had in the competitive scene. Prize winnings and such. He's a competitive ballroom dancer. And here I was thinking dance was just an innocent pastime for you. I should have known you had something up your sleeves. Baxter laughed heartily, his face apologetic.
I apologize.
The eyes on Baxter's shirt looked like Bill Cipher. Yeah. Yeah, it does. I'm sorry to have deceived you, but I wasn't lying when I described it as a true passion of mine. Any additional compensation is nothing more than a fringe benefit. I'll forgive you someday. Maybe. Baxter snorted quietly. I'll be on the tether hook. I'll be on tenter hooks until then. What are your words, monochrome man? In any case, thank you for indulging me on the topic. I had fun. Alright, time to go bowling. A lane was free. They come in different weights. Interesting. Let's just get medium. Medium is premium. Bowling! Let's go bowling! Aw, dang it. Gutter, aw, dang it. Gutter, aw, dang it.
Very well.
A solid option. Best of both worlds, right? Easy to hold, yet sufficient weight to give it some momentum. I think I'll follow your lead. It's even the right color. It's a black bowling ball. Now, care to take the first shot? Sure. Best of luck, Mori. Mr. Monochrome took a seat at the striking red couch to watch. Him and that couch together might almost look like some kind of modern art display. But you weren't at a gallery, you were at a bowling alley, and he was waiting for you. You eyed at the pins, gauging the distance. A breath in, a breath out, you lift up your ball back in. What you hoped was a good posture. Then you took a few steps forward, let your arm swing down, and released. Did we get a strike, chat? Well, at least you hit something. You knocked down a fair number of pins. Let's just go with the middle. Maybe you had something of a knack for it. Baxter gave a generous round of applause.
Exciting.
An excellent way to begin. I see, so we get 2 attempts to knock them all down? You nodded, eyes still on the screen. Time for another shot. Tipped over some more of the pins. You didn't quite manage to get them all, but it wasn't bad. It was Baxter's turn now.
Alright.
Let's see how it goes, shall we? You eventually figured out he was searching for the holes to put his fingers through. It was obvious he'd never so much as touched a bowling ball before. Wish me luck! Not one for hesitation, Baxter took a couple large strides and sent the ball rolling. It's hurtled down the lane straight on, at first. Oh dear. He watched as the ball curved massively to one side. It reached the end of the lane. Barely. It clipped the very back corner pin, which fell over right as the ball dropped into the gutter. 1 point for Baxter. He turned to you, and grimaced playfully. Can you tell this is new to me? What? Really? And here I thought the goal of bowling was to pass the ball through without it touching the single. We really are super blunt at this comfort level. Direct. If only I'd be a savant. Well, here's hoping I can do a touch better than that. He took his time to line up the next shot. It shot off like a cannonball, barreling ahead. 5 pins. Baxter nodded to himself, satisfied at the improvement.
Not bad.
60% success is plenty for a first attempt. It's all part of the learning process. I must say, I'm enjoying myself so far. Your turn, Mori. And the game proceeded. It was a comfortable way to pass the afternoon. In an idle moment, you found yourself wondering more about Baxter again. The two of you would be there for a while yet. And if you felt inclined, it wouldn't be too hard to scribe up a more in-depth conversation. A pun very much intended. I was wondering, what's your family like? You'd guess you would ask about this sooner or later.
Honestly.
Middle best, yeah. My immediate family consists of my mother, father, and myself, so he's an only child. For better for worse, I'm an only child. It tends not to surprise people. Well, he was born rich, and I think from context clues, he doesn't have a really good relationship with his family. And that would let me read as though the parents only ever had him because they were obligated to as a married couple. They're like, having a child is something that is required in a marriage. Skibidi. It was like he was reciting something multiple times over. My parents are the prototypical example of success. They're affluent, sophisticated, and have a wide-reaching and influential social circle. As families go, I suppose I'd have to say we're a happy set. You weren't convinced he was giving you the whole picture. So, what about not in general? You're not content? I might have known. I love my parents, but that's not to say there aren't complaints to be had. It's a mutual feeling. They understand care through the lens of control and protection. That's been their way ever since I was young. In that sense, they treat me no different from a child. But, of course, they're quiet, educated, esteemed, and a tad old. As is their company most days. That's not the environment to act as a kid. That meant I've always been expected to behave with the maturity of someone their own age, or perhaps even older somehow. They expect a 10-year-old to act like a 50-year-old? Ayo. A bit of a paradox, isn't it? Do everything as an adult would while getting the respect of an infant. Eek, family problems. I mean, we asked. we decided to get into it. I'm my own person, and I'd like to enjoy life in whatever way I see fit.
Well,
You could say I'm a bit of a rebel. Okay. Like he's divulged some important personal secret. Oh, so you're a bad boy. I wouldn't have put you down as a troublemaker. You're the politest rebel I've ever met. I've never gotten you pegged as a troublemaker. We should spend some more time together then. You'd soon change your tune, I'm sure. He shot you a smile that spoke of total confidence in his assertion. You still found it hard to believe. It certainly didn't look like much like the guy in front of you. He was so polite, so formal, eccentric style aside. What was it about him that you weren't seeing? Maybe all you needed was some more time. Where are your parents now? You didn't mention them visiting Sunset Bird. They're at home most likely. I don't know for sure. I didn't want to stay with them or go back home to Oregon at all, in fact. More rebellious behavior in my part, you see.
now.
Mother and father agreed to me vacationing on my own, but under the condition that they would have the choice where I stayed. California being fairly close by, and Sunset Bird being so quaint, not to mention our prior excursions to the area, they concluded that this was the easiest way to keep me out of trouble. They had it all planned out, a safe summer holiday for their only child. I couldn't help but be surprised at that. That his parents had sent him here to keep it from being exciting. Sure, Sunset Bird was small and sleepy, but it was still the Californian coast and Prisma Vista was right there. What part of that was unexciting, especially since he had his own rental car? Maybe your parents should have thought this through a little more. A summer in SoCal, in the worst they could come up with? As you pose the question, his smile took a wickedly sharp edge. His eyes flashed a devilish mischief.
So?
Do you know what the legal age requirement is for renting a car in the state of California? 21? 20? That's how old you are, right? You're right on the first count. It's 21. However, I am 19. Huh? Baxter was 19? You're rendered momentarily speechless. The implosion your mind is undergoing. Truth of the matter is that my parents, being uncreative people, had full confidence that I wouldn't be able to rent a car. That's why Sunset Bird was chosen as my destination.
It's doable.
But I don't have the same issue. There were always ways around the age limitation, as you might have gathered. He rented a car illegally. Since I'm over 18 and have control over my own bank accounts, I honestly don't know why they bothered trying at this point. Even when law-breaking, there was something so proper about him. Bro. How did you manage it? It wasn't all that difficult. I didn't have to do anything awful, don't worry. I have a lot of social connections, and I borrowed from a friend, which was mine to use provided I covered the cost, plus a little extra, of course. Baxter's idea of a little would probably put Cliff Holden's $20 to shame. Man. Okay, that's good to know, I guess. Splendid. Glad that's squared away. He gave you a saccharine smile. Oh, honey. And that, for now, was that. And then, game results. You went first and would end first, and locked into a spare on the last frame. Nice! You got an extra turn for that. It was officially your final chance. A strike here would put you out of Baxter's reach. You remain calm and shot your shot. We hit a strike! Your victory was all but secured! Baxter gave his best attempt. Defeated but proud of his own performance. Ah, he lost! Strike, Sigma Mori, let's go! He offered you a hand to shake, the very model of sporting behavior. It shook. He fought it hard until the end.
Thanks.
Thanks for the game, Mori. I had a lot of fun. I tried my best, but you got the better of me in the end. Congratulations. I'm the champion. It's me. It was a good time. Better luck next time. You did great for your first try.
That's sweet.
You're too kind. The joy of a new experience was what mattered to Baxter in the end. Time to return our rental shoes and go outside. Baxter was quiet. He must have had something on his mind. He lifted his face to the twilight sky, then met your eyes. Well, we've had our fun, and the day's getting short on time. I suppose we could return to the neighborhood now? That was a question, not a statement. Baxter touched his chin in contemplation. He hadn't struck you as altogether thrilled by the idea, and coincidentally said the exact same thing out loud.
To be honest.
To tell the truth, I'd be disappointed to go home. Would it be asking too much for this to last a little while longer? I'm not sure about you, but after the thrill of our bowling match, I've become rather hungry. Could I treat you to dinner, or at least we could attend a meal together? Oh, he's asking us to dinner? Now that Baxter mentioned it, you realize your stomach was empty. You'd been out and about for hours. Honestly, I'm starved. Even the bowling balls were starting to look appetizing back there. Damn, Mori. The prospect of having more opportunity to hang out lightened Baxter's already chipper mood. That's excellent. He furrowed his brow in thought, tapping a forefinger to his cheek. His attention drifted away from you as he thought about where to eat.
Perfect.
That could work. It's ideal, even. Care to share your idea with the audience? His gaze swept back to you and he grinned wholeheartedly. Appetizing bowling balls. What if the bowling balls were actually cake? The realistic cake. I ate half of one once. You ate a bowling ball? Daisy? So far today, we focused on locations which were new to one or both of us. That's all been good fun, but it may be nice to end our little outing on a different note. Perhaps you see where I'm going with this? I'm joking. Damn, what would it be like to eat a bowling ball? I've never actually bowled ever. I never went bowling before. His head tilted playfully, giving his smile even more of a bend. Baxter was nudging you in the right direction. For our meal, we could go somewhere that's familiar. I'm sure you can think of a suitable place. Somewhere you'd both been before? Oh, wait. Of course! There was a perfect venue for an evening meal. One he and you were both familiar with. You mean the Cypress! The country club where you first met all those years ago. It was exactly the kind of place Baxter would prefer. He beamed, relieved that you'd caught on.
Bravo.
Exactly. If that's agreeable with you as well, I'd take us there right now. Yeah, I'd like that. Then off to the Cypress. There we go. You were led to a recognizable dining area. He paused and handed you your menus. The woman in a handsome waistcoat and jacket was beginning to light candles for the coming night. She paused that to attend to the new guest. Good evening, I'll get you water immediately. Is there anything else I can bring? Good evening to you, one moment. Mori, I'm familiar with their offerings. Would you like to order now? Yeah. Alright, no more thinking about the orders, we just made the order. After that, there was nothing to do but make yourselves comfortable. It felt nice to have some time to relax. You reclined in your chair, stretching out your legs. It'd come at a good time. It was in the middle of the week. Earlier in the evening than many people would go out for dinner. You had the entire place to yourselves. Oh, hydration break. First, no maple syrup, now never bowled before? Yeah! I don't get luxuries in life. I've never experienced the luxuries of life. Damn, don't be sad, guys. The bag with his souvenir was sitting on one side of the table in front of him. He had brought it from the car. He must be intending to open it here. It looked like he was a birthday boy, preparing to unwrap his present at a celebratory meal. You chuckled imagining that. A soft sigh broke the comfortable silence. It's a pity it's so quiet. I'd have loved for there to be some music. He flashed you a lopsided grin. Or dancing even. That's asking for too much, I know. However, when I've visited the Cypress, either here or home. It's livelier than this. Such a shame. I suppose they can't have a soiree every night. I still find it hard to believe this is where we first met. Baxter hummed in agreement.
Understandable.
Yes, it was quite an extraordinary sequence of events that led us to this moment, isn't it? What have you done? I don't know. I'm too scared. I can't remember much. I probably went horseback riding, but I was too young to actually remember anything. And then my mom said they brought us to like a waterfall restaurant, but I don't remember anything about that. They only brought me to the special places during the time that I can't remember that shit. Oh, that's cool as fuck. I don't remember it. I don't remember even eating at that waterfall restaurant. Yeah. I was too young. My memories haven't been we're on temporary storage. Parents do be like that, yeah. Hello, dead philo. Welcome in. It's kind of sad in some way. Well, I don't know. Mori caught cursing? No, what do you mean? You didn't hear anything. Hehe haha. Hehe haha. It's alright, my parents brought me to BB Paris when I was 4. Why do parents always do this? When your child is too young to even remember. Maybe it's because babies are free. They have free entrance to stuff. Babies always get in for free. That's why they always bring their child. They get old, I guess. Yeah, maybe that too. Like they're young enough to be going around with their child, but once their child has grown up, they're too old to go around. So they can't bring their child to anywhere anymore. If you're old, you're like expensive. Yeah, you have to pay for a grown-ass adult now, man. Almost too good to be true. He threaded his fingers through his hair and laughed softly, as if struck again by the absurdity of it all. It's times such as these where it feels as though you're close to something magical, wouldn't you say? The fingers of fate reaching through time to touch the strings of our lives. It's me. I am the puppeteer. Messing with the fate of MC in Baxter. It could have so easily never happened. That's what I find strange. A few choices made differently, and we might never have even crossed paths at all. He shuddered dramatically, as if the prospect chilled him despite the summer warmth. It doesn't bear thinking about. He struck a thoughtful profile, resting his chin on his hand, then peeked at you slyly at the corner of his eyes.
You know,
I first saw you standing there at the edge of the dance floor. It was captivating to see someone my age so put together. Oh! It could be easy for formal wear to fade into the background at those kinds of events. Everyone looks the same, but you were able to make the style something of your own. You were easily the best dressed partner going. I was delighted to take your attention as well, if only for one dance. You met Baxter's gaze, despite the faint flush in your cheeks, and gave a weird smile. Wry smile. I'd say thanks, but I bet you say that to all the people you dance with. Baxter grinned despite your teasing, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Of course, absolutely everyone I've reunited with on a chance visit to California gets that same treatment. All of them. Damn, okay. How are you liking Baxter so far? It's been fun. I think this is my 5th playthrough. I'm only replaying this because I never had the chance to like stream it on YouTube. So I'm also like discovering some new lines as well, which are really exciting. Like this one is actually fairly new to me. 5th? Practically. Baxter laughed at that, the sound ringing clear as a bell over the empty patio. The grass and the water, as the sun's dying light caught them all. Oh, which route is your favorite? Oh my god. I think my favorite route would be, favorite route on Baxter's side. I think the romance route is really interesting. Because, the fact that, with the summer soiree, if you meet him for the first time there, and then you meet him again in step 3, it's like fate keeps bringing you back together. It's like really interesting with the epilogue as well, which we'll get into eventually in this run. It's like no matter how far away you are, you'll always find a way to come back to each other. It's really cute. That's so cute, yeah! You'd miss this place. It's been too long since your last visit. Excuse me. Oh, our food is here. Food down, then you were alone again. Neither you nor Baxter wasted any time tucking in. The food was good. You didn't necessarily have to eat in perfect silence. You searched for a topic of conversation. This is the only question we have left. His laid-back demeanor sharpened around the edges. His eyes were smiling at you. Even if his mouth wasn't, he enjoyed the implications of this question a great deal. If you were asking if he was single, it was probably because he cared about what the answer might be. I'm unattached. That shouldn't be news to you, though. That was true enough. He said that in his introduction.
So...
Absolutely extremely available. How about you? Is there no special someone in your life at the moment? Yeah, single here too. Oh, I see. Have you ever dated before? I have. Nothing long term. I haven't suffered any tremendous heartache as of yet. Being single comes very natural to me. Oh, that's kinda sad. I don't know. If you've been dating around but being single is something natural to you. I don't think I'm old enough to have anything truly qualified as long term.
Well...
But I've certainly had some experience, let's put it that way. Okay. A double entendre. I'm glad love hasn't been too hard on you. Me too. His expression dimmed and his eyes wandered lazily away. Who was your first crush? You knew that with this question coming out of the blue. But you were curious. You're on the topic of romance anyway. If not now, then when? Very interesting question. It's hard to put an exact date and time on emotions. I'd say I was a bit of a late bloomer. Oh? I didn't develop a soft spot for anyone until I was around 12. Some people I knew had their first crushes years before that. But there was another kid who would attend the same dance hall that I did, though we practiced totally different disciplines. I was naturally there for ballroom, they were a ballet dancer. Oh, hold on. That sounds like Chu. 12 is pretty normal, is it not? I think so. Question mark? I don't know. But yeah, his first crush was a ballet dancer. He's from Golden Grove, which means this is Chu. Chu is a ballet dancer in the next installment of Our Life. I vaguely remember they do that. Yes, his first crush was Chu. Damn. Okay. But that's something of the past. In truth, when it comes to attraction, I find discussion on flames that are still alight to be more worthwhile. Flames that are still alight. That was the end of his story, as sparse as it was. Anyway, that's enough about me. Your turn, Mori.
What do you think?
I think we spoke about dating before, but who did you first feel a connection with? Was there anyone? Truthfully, it was him. Do we set him as our first crush? I don't know. Truthfully, it was him. I'd never been interested in anyone, but I kinda like you. Yeah, we've never had a crush before. Yeah. Well, this isn't specifically calling it a crush. Question mark? I don't know. I've read somewhere that if you tell him that you had a crush on him, back then, he wouldn't be asking you to date him, which I'm trying to avoid. It's you, I'd say. This was the option I picked last time, and then he asked us to date him. Let's stay safe and pick the one that I know worked. If I pick this because I've already picked this and I knew it worked, we won't be having any problems. That's insane. I would cry. Yeah, I've never tried it before. Actually, maybe let's save. I will report back to you guys. I'll do this off stream because I'm running out of time. I just really want to finish this part. But I will report back to you in the next Baxter stream if that does happen. Yeah, I'll pick the options that I know worked from before. Baxter's mouth hung open, his expression blank. For once in his life, he was at a loss for words. He found them again soon enough.
I'm sorry.
I'm certain I must have misheard. You mean to say that your first crush was me? He was at the summer soiree, do you remember? You cast your mind back to the sight of Baxter in his gray suit. All that time ago. He was so unique, so polite, so charming. Many times since that day, you found yourself looking back and wishing you could have spent more time together. You resigned yourself to the idea he'd forever remain a memory. And then, just like that, he'd shown up out of the blue in Sunset Bird. It was almost too incredible to think about, yet there he was, right in front of you. Like you'd been given a second chance. And now, to be back at the same place you first met, the weight of all those coincidences hit you like a truck. You heard me right. How could I forget the first encounter? I was just starting to make my way in the big kid world, and you were so new, and that suit. I guess you swept me off my feet before I even knew where I was. You finished speaking, your feelings finally out in the open. His mouth was also open. There was a slow pause, and then Baxter seemed to regain control of his facilities. He shut his mouth. Unusually, for the briefest of moments, his lips came together in a frown. It was such an alien expression on his face that you couldn't help but be concerned. Baxter smiled as often and as naturally as he breathed. You'd almost forgot he was even capable of looking serious. Then, in an instant, it was gone, his expression lightened, and then seemed to catch fire, fierce and full of life. He's so red, yeah. You know, that's incredible. It really is. He murmured an aside to himself, under his breath.
Well...
In for a penny. Then he addressed you directly, his eyes still bright. As it happens, the first person to turn my head after the first was someone I met only once. It caught me completely off guard, to tell you the truth. It was years ago, at this very country club in fact. I didn't know anything about this person, and yet such a strong impression was left on me that I'd never forgotten it since. I wonder who that could be. Oh, is he hinting at us? Ayo! The only other person he met at the Cypress was me. His manner was light, teasing, full of all sorts of implications that made your head spin. So he'd felt it too, all that time ago? You hadn't been the only one swept away in the magic of it all. And maybe you weren't the only one lying awake at night, that night, thoughts full of a stranger's smile. Oh, woo. Thoughts full of a stranger's smile. Ayo. You couldn't quite believe it. The thought of it had you giddy. You beamed at Baxter, your cheeks flushed and full of warmth. He smiled in return. He didn't say anything more about that night, but you had already gotten everything you could have possibly wanted. You felt as if you were walking on air for the whole rest of the day. Thanks for telling me.
You're welcome.
Ew, who's that? Hello, Ariel! Hello, Ariel! We just finished telling Baxter that we had a crush on him during the summer soiree. Hello? Hi! Hi, Ariel! We're just about to... I don't know what's happening. I've forgotten. I guess you swept me off my feet before I even knew where I was. That's what we said to him. And he admitted that his second crush was the very person he danced with at the summer soiree, which is us. Ah yes, just lies told for the story, yeah. Huh? Okay. Alright. That's acceptable, yes, acceptable. We don't really actually like him. Don't mention it, you're most welcome, Mori. It was a fulfilling discussion, all told. I feel like we know each other a lot better now. Wouldn't you say? A lot more than what a typical friendship would be like. His eyes said more than his words did, and both of you were saying an awful lot. You met his gaze with a cheeky smile of your own. You two could play at that game. You passed the rest of the meal with idle chatter. Everything was easier with some good food at hand. The bill sent for... One of the things you discussed was who'd paid. You'd pay for his and he'd pay for yours. It's a little more fun that way. And now... He reached over to place his hand on the wrapped-up souvenir. Oh! The gift! It had sat patiently next to his plate the whole meal.
Exciting.
I've been eagerly awaiting the right opportunity to open this. No time like the present, wouldn't you agree? Yeah, I want to see what you think. And you will. He pulled the gift squarely in front of him with a great deal of ceremony, as though it was a beautifully wrapped present in an enormous bow on top. It was generous of him to play pretend. There was certainly nothing fancy about a cheap plastic bag with "Thank you for shopping" printed all down the sides. He closed his eyes with the tentative fingers, reached inside and pulled out the souvenir you'd bought. When he lifted his lids and finally saw it for the first time, his brow raised in appreciation. He turned the driftwood statue over his hands, appraising it from multiple angles as the warm, dusky glow bathed in gold. He brought the little wooden bird up level to his face to meet its hollowed eyes. He smiled softly, then held it up to the light at arm's length. What a charming creature. A perfect mascot for Sunset Bird, wouldn't you say? The craftsmanship is delightful. Cute. Mori, Hideaway's on my recommended? What's Hideaway? Actually, I saw this myself and considered buying it. I'm delighted we've been reunited by happy chance. Almost like the two of us. Aww! Wait, aww, cute! I'm delighted we've been reunited by happy chance. Aww. Almost like the two of us. It's a wonderful gift. I couldn't have chosen better myself. Having a drop of bright California sunshine to brighten up my college dorm is the very thing I needed.
So charming.
I'll be reminded of you every time I look at it. Aww! Aww, cute. Aww. Thank you, Mori. You're welcome. I knew you'd like it. I'm that good. Damn, okay. Baxter chuckled, and you were happy to see it. For all your big talk, it was a relief to know that Baxter appreciated the souvenir you'd picked out. He gingerly placed the driftwood statue back in the bag. For safekeeping, I'll be distraught if anything happened to it. Shall we? You checked around for your belongings and nodded. Yeah, let's go home. Wonderful. Alright, time to go home. Fine food and happy memories. A lifetime of good days. Cute. And because of Baxter, it had offered you even more to be grateful for. That meeting was a gift for you to be from your old friend. Finally returned to the neighborhood. Baxter had gone more slowly than when you'd left, content to enjoy the drive. Almost as if he was trying to delay the end of your sightseeing trip for a little while longer. You felt the same. It'd been a special day in many ways. You sighed, forlorn, as the car pulled out onto your street. I really appreciated your company today, Mori. Hi, boss. How'd the stream go? I'm still streaming! I need to finish this, like, soon! We need to get him to ask us to date him. That's like the main goal. Don't get me wrong, I wouldn't want you to feel obligated to humor me. I managed perfectly well. I'm grateful it didn't come to that. It was infinitely preferable having the chance to spend a few hours in your company.
Thank you.
Bonsai, hello. How long have you been streaming for? I've been streaming for 4 hours and 30 minutes. And it's probably the longest stream right now. I'm compensating for not being able to stream on Friday, okay? I have stuff to work on Friday. So a bit longer than normal, okay? Wah. Wow, yeah. I'm streaming at 6 p.m. This is like new territory for me. Abnormal. Bonsai is on the other side. Yeah. He's talking to from the great beyond area. Time to stream at 1 a.m. No! No! Not in this sleepy town. I'd be yelled at if I was like screaming at 1 a.m. This is unprecedented Mori grounds, Bryce. Please! I just want to end the stream. I don't know if you feel the same, or if you did indeed tag along as a favor to me. Either way, thank you. He made as if to get out of the car without waiting for a response. I'm glad you invited me. He glanced back, eyes bright. Baxter was awfully pleased, making no attempt to hide that fact. He realized he'd really been asking you a question, in his own roundabout way. He was hoping you'd enjoy his being there too. Can you hear me, Bonsai? How is it over there? Bonsai, Ariel is reaching out to you. Move the glass if you're there. Give us a sign. Over here to wrangle YouTube chat, Ariel. Move the glass. Touch someone. Make a sound. Knock on wood. It was nice that you could make him happy with such a simple thing. Baxter cleared his throat and shifted in place. His pretend escape plan hadn't included taking off the seatbelt. He undid it then. You moved to do the same, and the two of you got out of the car. A goodbye was on the tip of your tongue when Baxter's voice gave you pause. Mori? You turned to where Baxter stood. Baxter was leaning casually against the hood, one hand on his pant pocket.
Forgive me.
It's been a long day, and I'm sure you're tired of questions at this point. If you'll indulge me a while longer, I did have something else in mind to ask. It didn't bother you. You smiled to show that, if anything, you'd been the one asking most questions. Go ahead. The corner of Baxter's mouth lifted in a crooked half smile. He stood up properly and he continued. Thanks. Well, as I must repeat, today has been particularly lovely. Ah! No! It's ruining the moment! Guys! Bonsai! You ruined the moment! This is the... Very lovely indeed. Man. There's a question lingering in the air, okay? All the lovelier for having spent it with you. And I wonder, would it be too forward of me to consider our time together a date? Ooh. There's a scent lingering in the air too. No! No! I had to. It's been too long since I last did that. Not at this opportune moment. He's asking us if our sightseeing was a date. And then you went and farted, Bonsai. What the hell? Is this a date? Is this a date? Then fart reverb. Perfect. No. A beat. You blinked. Wait. A date? Her voice came out a bit squeaky with surprise. Not for the first time today. Baxter had managed to catch you completely off guard. It wasn't lost on him either, but whereas before, Baxter might have delighted in getting such a reaction out of you, the expression he gave now was gentle, friendly. How funny considering the entirely more than friendliness of the subject. He ran a hand absent-mindedly through his hair, searching for the most delicate way to put his bluntness. He's fully aware that it is a date. Damn. Gigantified humph. Oh, Ariel, what a tsundere. Searching for the most delicate way to put his bluntness. Have I read the signals wrong? It wasn't the underlying intention when I asked, I assure you. I got the impression of what this may be, or could be, partway through. And if I'm not entirely off, I'd be far more curious to inquire on whether I might consider any future outings together as dates as well. Who's a tsundere? Nobody. Nobody. I'm not talking about anybody. He edged in closer. Oh no, he's edging.
To cut to the chase, I'm asking you out.
What the hell? This is a full voice line. We got a full voice line, boys. Where is it? Let's reverse that. Is the menu. Is the... No. Config. Is the voice maxed out? Yeah. Did you guys hear that? The voice line? Daisy isn't even here with her brain rot. No, we don't say edge here. No. No.
To cut to the chase, I'm asking you out.
That is, if you'd like to spend more time with me. And assuming you'd want to date a man. What do we say, chat? Your voice is nicer anyway? Hey, yo. What do you mean? Wow. Okay, Ariel. What do we say, chat? Do we accept his proposal? I could date a guy. I guess you're comfortable with me? I don't treat things that lightly. It was absolutely a date, and we should absolutely have another. Reject? Do we gung-ho? Bonsai picked. I'm going to read Ariel's chats as reverse psychology. So I'm going to assume she's saying we should accept Baxter's proposal. Hey, reverse psychology. I could date a guy. I guess you're comfortable with me. The fact that he'd already expressed an interest in you made it kind of obvious. Still, it was important for you to be certain. Yes. Is that an invitation? Baxter. He wrinkled his nose in amusement before answering you seriously. I've never had a gender preference when it comes to who I partner up with, on the dance floor or anywhere else. Oh, we doubled down and demand another. Too late on the decision. You're interested, I'm interested, what are we waiting for? What the hell is this option? Hey yo! We could return, Bonsai, we could go back. That's the beauty of this of this visual novel. If you make a choice that you don't like, you can just go back. Let's go. Fuck it, we ball. Then well, before I get too carried away in excitement, I must own the fact that this is not a grand romantic overture. I doubt you would believe me if I was claiming to be your one and only for all time. He placed a palm to his chest and missed your gaze with a crooked smile. I'm nominating myself as a suitor for the season. A charming summer adventure, no more no less. It's just a summer fling! So a fling, basically? Only you would describe it like that. So a fling, basically? Baxter laughed, self-efficating. You could certainly put it that way. In the end, the point I'm trying to get across is there's no high stakes here. No commitment. I don't care about what label you'd choose to put on this arrangement. I could be your boyfriend or nothing at all. And you could also change your mind without consequence if you find out that's not what you would imagine further down the line. If that's how you feel, I can live with it. Makes sense. Yeah, I get it already. Consider yourself suited. Contractual. The summer contract. Kinda true, right? A trial. A trial version. If that's how you feel, I can live with it. At your words, he beamed at you. Oh, 3? Damn. Well, you're unhinged. I'm not going to do that, Bonsai.
Lovely.
Thank you. You've already given me so much in my time here. I've been very fortunate to have you as my neighbor. And for now, as something else. His tone was measured and polite as ever, but you couldn't help but hear an excited edge to the words. As if he were initially bouncing at the balls of his feet with anticipation, because he wouldn't do it on the outside. This smile of Baxter's was your favorite. Seeing it, you were already glad to have accepted his offer. On top of your own personal feelings, it was cute to have such an impact on him. Hi, Himari. He's colorblind. He's a monochrome man. He just likes black and white. Welcome in. We're trying to wrap up really quick. I really need to finish this because dinner is already on the table. So yeah. To be honest, I'm the clingy type. Dear Lord, why would you air that out in the open, Bonsai? Emo. Speedo. Underneath his peculiarities, Baxter was a sweetheart. But once the initial rush had died down, your thoughts drifted to more practical matters. What would you say to people? What would you call this thing between you? You put the question to Baxter. Would you care if I told my family or not? My friends are gonna find out for sure, though. What a delightful first concern. It's up to you how we go about it. If it's not something you feel comfortable talking about, then I wouldn't insist. My preference would be not to treat it as a secret, however. I'm proud to be doing this. But again, I am a visitor, and this is your home. The choice is ultimately yours. Do we just let people know? It's like an affair but without a partner. You were streaming for 4 hours? I'm so proud of you. That's hard to do. I just really want to finish this one. And then I'm probably like compensating for not streaming on Friday. So you get extra hours. Yes. This is the double amount of stream in one stream. Yes, yes. It's almost 5 hours. Yeah, 10 minutes left. If they know, they know, I guess. If they knew, they knew. So are we continuing after dinner? No! It's too much! I can't handle anymore! I've been talking for like 5 hours! Of course, we can keep it between us. Well, very hard to do. It's literally almost triple the amount. Yeah! We can keep it between us. Excellent. I'll speak casually about it then. My parents are likely to hear the news eventually, though I don't expect you to speak to them. Oh, alright. Now, as much as it pains me to say, I shouldn't keep you any longer.
I'm here if you need me.
Thank you again for a wonderful day, Mori. If ever you want another, you can call or text me. I'm very able to drop what I'm doing and come see you. Or alternatively, you're welcome to come by my place whenever it strikes you. I'll be in touch too though, so don't feel pressured to initiate. He sent you a cheery wave, putting in order to see you ahead. Have a good night. It struck you how much of an impact he had on you in such a short time. You cast your mind back further, to 5 years ago. It was still so surreal to think about. The mysterious boy who had stolen a piece of your heart and vanished without a trace. Not only had he shown up after all this time, but he moved into the neighborhood. Now you were dating? The absurdity made your head spin. Your chest ached with a profound emotion that you didn't have the name for. Like you were seeing the beauty and complexity of the universe laid bare. Did you hydrate during all of that? Yeah, I've been hydrating. We even took a break to refill my water. But you could mull over those thoughts another time. It was getting late, and he was waiting for you. Yeah, it's getting late for me too. I need to hurry it up, wrap it up. In your parting moment with Baxter, you... waved a fond farewell. That's too much! Parting kiss already? Ayo. A fond farewell. Yes. Good night, Baxter. That's crazy, dating a stranger. We met him before when we were 13 and we danced with him at the summer soiree. Baxter had begun the farewell, yet made no move to leave. He watched you cross the road to your house. You turned to the threshold and waved one last time. That familiar grin was the last thing you saw before the door closed behind you. You'd see it again soon enough. It was a strange feeling to be back home after such an eventful afternoon. So much happened in the space of a few short hours. So much had changed. Where you were right then couldn't be described as without excitement. You were greeted almost immediately by footsteps approaching from the hallway. Oh no, our moms. You're back! I heard the door open. Mom's laugh rang out from behind her, out of the pan and into the fire.
No.
No need to jump on Mori without giving them the chance to take their shoes off. For all we know, it's been a very informative and tiring day. Oh, they're here for the gossip, yo. For all that Mom appeared to be tempering Ma's enthusiasm, they were both guilty of speculating what you were up to all day. Ma beamed angelically, the picture of innocence. She was the last person to bowl someone over the minute they got home. Honest.
Huh?
What's going on exactly? Oh, your sister's voice drifted over to the couch. Liz had been sitting watching TV. but spun around to see what commotion was about, her show forgotten. Oh, everyone's here to gossip. To be honest, I'm also here to gossip. No! Hey, Mari. How'd it go? Did you have a nice time with our new neighbor? So that's where you've been all afternoon, out with a gentleman caller? How charming. She could have given Baxter a run for his money. Mori was getting to know Mr. Ward. The rest of us would like to know him as well. Do we tell our parents? Ask me out on a date. You want the scoop on Baxter? I got the deets. Holiday punch. There's a moose loose sabos dahus. Hello, welcome in. I need to wrap this up really. You want the scoop on Baxter? Here's the gossip. Here's the tea. Ma clapped her hands together, delighted.
Good job.
Aren't we all voyeurs in this situation? I already chose Himari. 3 hours to go for the rabble. No! I want to eat dinner now. I've been dying to know more about him since he got here. What did you find out? The downside of this game is that it's so long. Just to finish one section.
You alright with that?
Surely you can stave off death long enough to give Mori some space. I'm sorry, it's exciting, but I can wait. Slowly, everyone drifted towards the kitchen counter. Oh, they're actually here to really listen to the tea. The one major event of the outing, you and Baxter were dating. It would be the last bit of personal info they would ever expect about the new neighbor. Welcome to the stream, Holiday. Oh no, Bonsai is shifting astral planes. I neighbored so hard that Baxter's... wait. The problem with this game is that it's so long. Are you sure about that? The game... I heard it in the background. Hey yo. I neighbored so hard at Baxter. Which one do I pick, man? I say we finish the whole DLC today. No! It's too long. Could you repeat that? I sneezed and didn't hear what you said. What do you mean? Bonsai has been shifting through the astral planes, yes. You're our hostage now. No! I want to pick this. I'm picking this. And there was dead silence. For a moment, your family merely stared at you. Then they opened their mouths in unison. What? Calm down, everybody. Not that you could blame them. You did your best to elaborate over the top of the three of them talking at once. The slightly longer version is that when we drove home, Baxter asked if he could consider today as a date. And if so, could we have more? Obviously, I was down for both those things, so I said yes. Voila, we're dating. Oh, damn, casually. Liz still entirely taken aback, in spite of your reasoning.
What?
He asked you out already? Or retroactively sideways ask you? It does... Mauna na kayo. See, even Mori bro is asking me to get dinner now. I need to wrap this up. Man! It doesn't matter, he's been here about 1 day. That's not true, it's been multiple days. Then you cumulatively spent 1 day worth of hours with him over multiple days. Across from you, Mom snorted with sudden laughter.
I see.
Well, at least we know one thing for sure about our new neighbor. He doesn't waste any time. Mori bro. He's been calling for dinner for like 5 times now. I need to wrap this up really quick. She judged him accurately. That's exactly how you describe Baxter. A hurricane couldn't have swept you off your feet half as fast as that. Next to her, Ma continued to blink. of your parents, Mom was usually the one that encouraged you to be social. She basically shoved you out the door to find out more about the new guy. The idea you might get this involved with him hadn't even crossed her mind. Perhaps sensing Ma's hesitance, Liz chimed back up. Teasing aside, congrats, little sibling. It's not all on him. You know how to charm a guy, and he's lucky to have you. We hit the 5-hour mark. No! 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 Well said, Liz. Baxter knows quality when he sees it. Now, hopefully his properness isn't actually just an act. Take care and be safe, kiddo. I hope you have a fun summer.
Well...
And if not, we can always make sure he never sets foot in the state ever again. Hello, Riot. I'm about to end, so you're kinda late. I just need to wrap this up really quickly. This finally was what jolted your ma out of her shock state.
Pam?
What did we agree about that kind of shovel talk? We shouldn't resort to threats, especially not about someone Mori cares for. She smiled sweetly. And don't have to, regardless. If Baxter did anything wrong in this new relationship you have together, the guilt would eat him alive, I'm sure. Mom gave another hearty laugh. Oh, if you only you knew. Take note, people. Take note, chat. This is gonna bite him back in the butt, 5 years from now. This is something to take note. The guilt would eat him alive, I'm sure. You said 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Mom gave another hearty laugh. There were 2 peas in a pod, the pair of them.
Isn't that...
I agree, sweetheart. Baxter is very fortunate to have the chance to get to know you. Make the most of it, alright? Being able to see you happy is good enough for us. You smiled appreciatively. In spite of the inevitable ribbing, it felt good to have opened up about that. In their own ways, they all wanted you to know they were on your side no matter what choice you made. As the night wore on, you chatted amongst yourselves. You found yourself glancing back at the front door as if a chance to catch another glimpse of Baxter over the street. You really hoped he got what he wanted out of the sights he saw. Sunset Bird was a special place to you. If you were lucky, then maybe Baxter had come to realize that as well. You certainly reached more of an understanding of him, one way or another. You were positive there was still much buried underneath the surface. But you didn't mind. You'd known each other for such a small part of your lives. Of course, a single outing wouldn't be enough to quantify an entire person. What was special was that it might not always be that way. Currently, he was the bowling alley, shiny and new. But someday you might be familiar with Baxter as you were with the shopping street in the Cypress. This day was only a wonderful start. Yippee! Yippee! It's done! Time to save. Save. Yippee! We finished! Time to wrap up. Okay. Accidentally clicking something. Yippee! Yippee! I can finally eat dinner now. Yippee! What announcements do I have? I have nothing going on. I have nothing going on in the upcoming days. And yes, I will be posting another schedule by Sunday. Yes. No update on Clover Cafe though. That'll be next week. Though it will be coming out on Tapas and Namikomi this weekend. I finally managed to set them up. You can now read Clover Cafe on Tapas and on Namikomi. Yeah! Yippee! Yippee! Happy Spook Month! Yeah! Alright, next week is my streaming anniversary, October 10th. I'll be posting a extra special schedule for next week. Yes, look forward to that. Have a good rest, everyone, and enjoy your dinners if you're about to eat as well. Okay, time to head out. Yes? Yes. Okay. Bye, everyone. Thank you for dropping by. Thank you for the head pats, Ario. Bye bye.